First of all, thank you so much for UNM for inviting us and for allowing us to sponsor and to help with this. One of the ways that we approach this is through a term that we are using called cultura. And cultura really means combining the culture of New Mexico and really the healthcare that we can deliver in Mexico to really help treat the whole person. New Mexico is a very diverse state. Unlike many other places, we have a very rich culture. We have very rich heritage. We have a lot of different nationalities that come together to make this such a great state that it is. And that's one of the reasons it's so exciting to see all of that come together. One of the things that I've really appreciated with this conference that I think, and for years we have missed in healthcare, is really understanding and addressing the social determinants of health. There are so many things that many of us in this room take for granted. We take for granted that we're going to have food to eat. We take for granted that we're going to be able to go home and have a place to lay our head. And unfortunately for many New Mexicans, that is a luxury. That is something that we see as just normal day by day. And there are many New Mexicans that aren't going to have a place to lay their head tonight. There are many New Mexicans that aren't going to have a meal. They're going to go to bed hungry. And this includes children that are trying to learn and trying to grow and not having their mind fed so that it can be fed intellectually. So that when we're looking at events like this is what excites me. And I think the University of New Mexico, as well as all the sponsors and all the participants here, you should be very proud of really being a front runner in really addressing this and looking at this. One example is how we came together as New Mexicans to really take on head-on COVID-19. We had the university was a fantastic leader, and our HSD, our regulators were, and our Department of Health and was just amazing. We had an event not too long ago called Reflections of really honoring the heroes that really focused on COVID-19, and really New Mexico shone through that. And it's through the leadership and through the healthcare of this state. And I want us just to give everyone here a great round of applause for that, because this is something that we did a fantastic job with. So again, just want to thank everyone here, want to thank the university, want to thank everyone who organized this event. I'm not even going to try to go through names because there's so many people, there's no way I could ever address all of you and thank you properly. So thank you so much. Look forward to the rest of the day and the rest of the next couple of days with this event. So thank you very much.
So how's those box lunches? I thought they were yummy. Let's give them a shout out for lunch. I'd like to thank the New Mexico Hospital Association for actually sponsoring the lunch today, making us safe and having some nourishment here. I think we all needed it. The action labs were just really popping. So to our Clark and Manningaus, thank you so much. If you could raise your hand or stand, we appreciate you sponsoring us. Okay. This is a special time for self-compassion and self-care. As we do this work and we walk this path forward together, as many of us have been able to live through COVID but lost so many loved ones, as we do the work in terms of social justice and racial healing and health equity, I think yesterday's panel really hit home with leadership and affecting change at the systems and policy level and accountability. We're very honored to welcome our keynote, Professor Rhonda McGee. Professor McGee is a professor of law at the University of San Francisco and an internationally recognized thought and practice leader focused on integrating mindfulness into higher education, law, and social change work. I also want to mention she's integrating it into medicine and scientific medicine, as she was a guest speaker with the National Institutes of Health. A prolific author, Rhonda McGee, draws on law and legal history to weave storytelling, poetry, analysis, and practices into inspiration for changing how we think, act, and live better together in a rapidly changing world. That's us here, right? So this is a perfect match. Thank you for being here. She is the author of The Inner Work of Racial Justice. Now, this book you all have, it's a gift from our Transdisciplinary Research Equity and Engagement Center. I wanted to make sure you all had a book to go home because we love to geek out and we love books. And Professor McGee will be outside, so you don't have to come up here. After she's done, we put up a special table for a book signing right out to the left there. So we welcome you and thank you. She also, I just want to mention, she also published other works as well. And when I reached out to her, I didn't know her. I bought her book like a year ago. And I just thought Dr. Wanda Padilla just kept encouraging me to really plug into our mother and this message of what we need to do here collectively. And you were the one. So when I reached out, she was so gracious. I said, sure, I'll be there. So thank you. Go with this one.
Make sure that, hello? Can you hear it now? It's coming through now. No. I can project.
No.
You,
I think, well, it's coming through on
Keep the lap. This is for the live stream, and then this one at the end.
oh, okay. Keep for the, okay. It won't go, see, make that crazy. All right. Wow. Thank you, my dear Dr. Bakari Stone. It is an honor to be with you all. I do feel deeply honored. I mean, I'm not just using words up here. And I actually do feel a little bit like a part of your community. I have some friends that from a convening I was fortunate to be a part of a couple of years ago, bringing mindfulness together with social justice. And so to be here now, right? This was before the pandemic. This was like 2019, maybe 3 years ago, in March, I think it was, or April. And the effort then was to really inspire, deepen the sense of the right relationship between inner work, inner healing, and the work that we're doing to try to make the world a better place, one that works for all, including ourselves. One that works for everyone, including, yes, the most vulnerable, but not leaving anyone out. And so seeing the inner dimension of social justice work has been a real passion of mine. And I was very moved when a few years ago I was invited to join with Mindful New Mexico and come here for that convening, and to see a few who were there at that convening who made the trip to be here today just underscores the feeling I had when I got this invitation, that this was in a certain sense a way of keeping that conversation real, lively, and strong. And nothing is more important to me than that. So I'm so honored to be with you all. I have agreed to share just a few words and then offer a meditation so that we can, if you're willing, sit together, and then perhaps have some dynamic Q&A or reflection time as well. So that's how we want to, that's a broad overview of what we'll do. Maybe about 15 minutes or so of reflections, and then we'll do a meditation together. Yes, I'm really here to share some reflections about this work, of course. The inner work of racial justice, and as I've already alluded to, for me, racial justice work is really kind of just one of, it's a vector, if you will. It's an aspect of the long human rights struggle, the long ongoing struggle that human beings have been engaged in, since the time before time, to, I think, make real the possibilities and promise of what it means to be alive together. Never, ever easy. But I will say that in addition to being a law professor, before studying law at the University of San Francisco, I studied sociology and social psychology. So my work is very interdisciplinary. I'm very interested in, how it is that we make the most of what it means to be alive, how we access the power that we have that comes with, having inherited the gift of human life, right? Again, we know that not all of us can access our power and live in that power. And of course, the sociological lens helps us see how structures and systems get in the way of helping us access or enabling us, supporting us in accessing our power. So that's that sort of question of how we can both access the power that we have to make a difference, but not turn a blind eye to the very, very real critical need to address context and culture and systems and policies and practices that get in the way of that agency, right? That's really kind of been my, my wheelhouse. And I found myself in law trying to find different ways to support transforming legal education so that there would be a place for this inner dimension that I'm talking about. And through that work, it's connected me up with just change makers around actually across the country, but even beyond. Those in law and across the disciplines who are we all feel ourselves we're part of this one community. And so as we join together here in this community of practice focused on health equity, right? Focused on seeing, yes, the social and systemic and structural determinants of health and illness, but not just seeing them well, understanding them better, partly by having a more human-centered approach, an approach that I've just been so moved by the health equity conversations process, the way you all are literally drawing each other into real and meaningful conversations. All the research underscores that is actually, that's the sort of slow technology way, the only way we really can come together and stay together to make the world a little bit better. We have to talk to each other. We have to gather around tables. I think of the campfire metaphor or the lake metaphor. When it's hot, we don't really want to think about a campfire. But imagine an oasis where we're coming together, right? And sitting together. And yes, obviously we're going to have different perspectives. We're going to have conflicts. But finding ways to stay in the conversations about things that matter and finding our own strength in doing that, accessing our own values, our own, I call it original medicine with deference and respect to indigenous and, First Nations people's wisdoms about this languaging that we all come into the world with a message and something to offer here. I don't believe that there are accidents. And so this convening, the particular way you all are focusing on health equity with this community-centered lens is, I think, is cutting edge, is absolutely, 21st century, is where the equity conversation has to be. And yet it's not easy to do this work. It's never easy for us to come together and stay in difficult conversations or stay in conversations about things that matter, but around which, of course, we have different perspectives on, and different visions, perhaps, on the ultimate good. Like, we each perhaps believe in equity, but what does equity mean? And what does it mean, for example, when we look at the implications of housing insecurity and its relationship to health? What does it mean when we look at wealth inequality, which we all know is rampant? How, given that if we have the courage to sit with the data, with the information, to see inequality, to see that trickle-down theory and the Gates, God bless the foundations, they have not eradicated all of the things that they wanted to eradicate. In fact, things have not gotten that much better. Bill Gates is talking about that recently, if you're following. So we know that trickle-down approaches to transformation are not the answer. We need the wisdom of communities, and we need the wisdom and the insight of those who are suffering on the front lines. And so when I learned that you all were gathering with this in mind, I was honored to come and share, because my work to bring mindfulness into law was inspired by a similar kind of set of insights and aspirations. I grew up in a small town. Well, I was born in a smallish town in North Carolina called Kinston. And when I say Carolina, I start to find myself feeling like I'm back in North Carolina, so you might hear more and more of the southern sound in my voice. I might start talking about hush puppies and slaw. But yeah, so I was born in this very pork-friendly East Carolina town called Kinston. And my grandmother was in her 60s when I came through. And nevertheless, she was still getting up every day and leaving the house to do work outside of the home, which she had done all of her life. How many of us know something about that kind of working class, hard, right, kind of, you say, scrabble, just, my grandma would say, making a way out of no way, like struggling to make ends meet, right, robbing Peter to pay Paul, but making it somehow. This is the kind of background I grew up in, and in that context, I saw my grandmother get up every day before dawn. She got up earlier than she absolutely had to, even though she had to take care of us before, she was, my family, my parents were having trouble, so I was spending a lot of time staying with my grandmother where my parents were separating and ultimately divorcing. But, my grandmother just took that in stride and, was taking care of getting us ready for school or daycare center, getting my uncle, who was still living there, off to his job before she would go off to hers. But before doing all of that, she would get up, and it would still be dark most days, and center herself in her own values. For her, it was a Christian, I will say, based centering prayer type of practice. But it was a discipline of every day reconnecting to what was well within her, first of all, what was valuable within her, what connected her to a deeper sense of meaning and purpose that the world would never recognize. The world would never recognize. Nanny Suggs, who did not obtain an education formal education past 6th grade, whose work outside of the home when she left that home was cleaning houses for other people, okay? This was my grandmother, but nevertheless, somehow she knew, okay, that her voice mattered and that there was a way that she could center herself every day that would keep her connected to her power and to the possibility inherent in being alive together. So fast forward, a couple decades later, I've had the good fortune of being born, picking a good decade in a certain sense to be born, being born in the last year, I'm going to name this time, of Martin Luther King Jr.'s life on the planet, so 1967, way back then. But being raised in the 70s and 80s in the period of desegregation the post-civil rights era. All this means that I had opportunities that my grandmother and other members of my family and the generation before literally did not have. My grandmother did not have, my mother did not have anything like the kind of opportunities I had. And this is why I am here rather than cleaning houses as my grandmother did, or working in a shirt factory as my mother did, and working for 7-Eleven, the Southland Corporation that populated all parts south while we were there. There was a 7-Eleven on every corner. And my mother and my stepfather seemed to work in all of them. So I grew up witnessing folks working and struggling to make ends meet in that post-civil rights era, right? So in the context of a changing, transforming country, still committed in some measure to the idea of a multicultural democracy. So when I found myself having graduated college and got my law degree, I went to the University of Virginia, ended up going to San Francisco, and in San Francisco found myself ready to go to start my first job in law, but unable to relax in my free time because I had studied and trained and worked really hard. I had actually, by the way, this may not win me friends everywhere, but I'll let you all know, I also had trained as an officer in the Army, right? So I'd done graduate school in sociology and law school and Army officer, all these things, like try to take advantage of every possible opportunity. And yet I couldn't turn it off. I couldn't relax. I didn't feel a sense of deep connection to purpose and ground. And then when I stopped to think about where had I seen that kind of grounding every day, a sense of knowing how to enter the day from a place of mastery, from my grandmother. So my grandmother, Nanny Suggs, was my first, I would say, contemplative practices teacher. And in a certain sense, everything I offer, everything I've been able to offer from there to the world of law to help transform legal education, which I've helped to do, bringing mindfulness into legal education, into social justice work and advocacy, into higher education more broadly. In a certain sense, Nanny Suggs deserves credit for that. So this is my way of saying when we speak about bringing forward the voices of the voiceless, bringing forward the experiences of those who are often not given the mic. To me, this is not only the right thing to do, the moral thing to do, the ethical thing to do, it's kind of holy work. And so I feel like I'm a fellow traveler with all of you for this. And I want to just say that the book, of course, really is, for those of you who haven't had a chance to read it, I have my tabs and stickies here to prove that it is, in fact, a workbook. My publisher has not, authorized me to offer another sort of workbook companion. They're waiting for it to, frankly, I'll just tell y'all, they're actually waiting for it to sell 50,000 copies before the particular publisher will be behind me making a kind of a short version that could be like a workbook. But it is a workbook. It has, many meditation practices, reflection practices, all aimed at helping us maximize our potential to access the resources for resilience and compassion for ourselves and each other as we go through this really hard time. Because if I came up through a certain era, we're in another era now. We all know it. We're in an era, well, I don't even know, do we have words? There are interlocking pandemics of all kinds, right? We've gone through the public health pandemic, now the polarization political pandemic of like fighting against multicultural democracy again, and challenging even public health officials and those who are, on the front lines serving communities in the health profession. So this is, to me, a very hard time. It's a time, I'm put one hand to the belly and one hand to the heart. Neurobiologists tell us that this kind of gesture, it can help a friend in need, right? Put a hand on their back if they need it, or hold a friend's hand. It can help us too. So if you'll join with me, I'm gonna, in a moment, move to a meditation practice. One hand over the heart, if you're willing. You could try both hands over the heart, or one hand over the heart, one hand over the belly button. Yeah, And just, my students sometimes say, oh, Professor McGee, this feels a little bit like giving myself a hug. Yeah. That gesture, there's another if we're feeling, so this is a gesture that has been studied by psychologists, psychiatrists, cognitive scientists, right? It really can help ground us, right? When we're feeling some of the triggers of trauma, how many of us have been feeling, any day we might come across something that triggers some painful wound that we've had in the past, or just brings on a wave of despair about where are we going as a people? Where are we headed? Violence seems to be, everywhere. So we need the kind of loving support that the kinds of practices. I offer a kind of a love-focused mindfulness. It's really a kind of mindfulness that's probably has a little bit in common, again, with my grandmother's teachings and some of the stories that she told about, the importance of loving thy neighbor and the importance of, attending to the least among us and caring, right, for those who were most vulnerable. So it's hard to be a person attuned to other people's suffering in these times. I'm sure I'm not the only one. So what I'd like to do is segue into a meditation. And again, I offer many of this sort in this book. And I also did the audio book because sometimes reading the meditations and then putting the book down, people are like, how do I meditate by reading? And so the audio, I'm reading it for folks, and that allows us to have this experience of just hands-free following along, as we're going to offer right here, right now. So if you're willing, and again, you don't have to have any special belief. These practices are human-centered practices. They kind of recognize that we all have hearts that beat. We all are breathing. And as John Kabat-Zinn, who wrote the foreword to my book, creator of mindfulness-based stress reduction, teacher and friend and mentor of mine, he says often, if we're breathing, even though there's a lot wrong with the world that we're trying to change, if and as we're breathing, there's more right with us than wrong with us. And if and as we're breathing, we know we have something in common with every single other human being. We're all part of the same human family. We just forget who we are. And it's very easy to kind of be focused on the differences that are real and true among us. So that capacity to see ourselves through the lens of both and. Both, yes, we all have our very different experiences and cultures and backgrounds, and we're uplifting and we're representing, we're making sure the stories are told that reflect those differences. But let us not lose sight of our common humanity, that which we have in common when we sit like this and we feel our feet on the floor and beneath the floor, the ground, the earth itself. So pausing together, again, you may, if you like, place one hand over the heart, one over the belly button, or both hands over the heart, or both over the belly button, or both on your knees, or however you'd like. In the next few minutes, just allowing ourselves to just drop into a sense of being here now. And as you allow the body to be still and to connect with these important neurobiologically profound centers, part of the autonomic nervous system, the inner technology, the inner biology for well-being and wellness. This is what you're connecting with when you place one hand over the heart, one over the belly button. You are connecting with your power centers, right? And not only that, but the vagus nerve system that you are touching into in this way as you breathe and as you place hand here and there. This system is, that which naturally calms you when you take a deep breath. It is so profoundly responsible for our overall well-being and functioning. that many people consider this to be the connection between heart and belly and brain, really to give us access to what, a second or third brain, right? These are all critical functioning areas, and breathing and pausing strengthens the functioning of our autonomic nervous system, our vagus nerve system, this entire system that runs down through the belly, up through the spine, the brain stem. So as we breathe in and out, inviting a coming home to this moment, this body that got you here, with its perfect imperfections, because we're here, we're breathing, we're alive, just as you are, feeling, maybe perhaps on the next in-breath, sensing just what it feels like to have a cleansing breath and breathe out. So allowing your attention to rest for the next few cycles of breathing on the feeling, the sensations, on the experience of just breathing in and breathing out. Picking up on the in-breath or the out-breath, wherever you happen to find yourself right now, and just following along. And as you breathe out, letting go and releasing, calming the mind as you do so, breathing in, sensing what is well within you now, and breathing out, calming the body, relaxing, feeling the sense of being held by this beautiful Mother Earth, and perhaps opening up the aperture to feel the sense of being held here together. Every moment that we live, we share this one earth. And as we breathe in and out, we're fortunate to the degree that the air is of a quality that we can be restored by breathing. So taking in the oxygen, breathing out carbon dioxide, and just resting. And so now if you can expand the sense, we were focusing a bit on the sense of breathing in and breathing out. And if you were following that closely, you might have to intentionally invite expanding the sense of breath so that you feel the body as a whole. Perhaps dropping down to the feet on the floor and just feeling toes in the shoes. And just feeling, again, these ways in which we are really supported and held. They call it gravity. But we're here. And if we can just rest a little bit in that sense. And now feel a sense of the body, a gentle scan. A body scan is a practice that often we take is very slowly, but in this moment we're going to just do a gentle scan up from the feet on the floor, through the ankles, lower legs, knees, and the idea is to allow your attention to rest with intention on these places that I'm naming. So feeling the energy in the region of your knees, thighs, and just up through, scanning gently at your own pace. Slowly checking in, seeing if there's any tension being held unnecessarily. Maybe breathing out and inviting a relaxing just a little bit more. As you breathe in, again, sensing what is well, strong. Breathing out, expanding the sense of what is well, or inviting at least that what is well within you might expand so that as you breathe out, it drops all the way down, touching the floor and the feet, the earth, and comes all the way up, continuing the scan now through the heart region, the breathing apparatus, the lungs, the shoulders, torso, front and back, arms, up through the region of the throat, so important for So many of our various functions, whether swallowing or if we can use this musculature to speak, up through the facial muscles as best we can. And again, all of our bodies are different. So just appreciating as much or to whatever degree you can feel your way into this sense of checking in with the body. Sometimes when I'm checking in with the facial region, I'll allow a gentle touch. Sometimes we find ourselves, we don't hold our face unless we're in distress like this. I often offer this, and it's a reminder sometimes. People have told me I've not touched my own face in a kind of a loving, supportive way in a very long time. So as we continue this scan up through the face, relaxing wherever we're holding more than we need to, softening the eyes, softening the jaw, letting go, and then up through the crown of the head. Feeling, just imagine like a shower of cooling water down the back, relaxing, and we're now taking that attention down the back side to the floor again, just feeling our aliveness. You're here. Again, with our perfect imperfections, just as we are here. And as we begin to draw this meditation to a close, feeling what is well within you, the invitation is to see if you can almost invite it to almost radiate through. It's almost like allowing yourself to be flooded with the good, flooded with the radiating positive, the basic goodness inside yourselves. So it may feel a little bit warm for you or light. For each of us, it may be different, but see if you can allow this kind of visualization and energetic representation, or the idea anyway, that if you're open to it, it might be like the sun within you, like the heart, your sun. Thich Nhat Hanh, a teacher, talks about my sun, the heart, right? Your heart, like the sun, warming yourself. So imagine it radiating through the body, down to the feet, up through the crown of the head, expanding the sense of well-being and love that you carry within yourself, compassion for your own life right now. Can we flood ourselves with that? We're so often flooded with distress. Can we intentionally flood ourselves with love? And can we, as we do that, imagine extending that to the person to our left, to our right, in front of us, behind us, the community in whose name we work, whose suffering we have top of mind today. So as we breathe in and out, just imagine extending the wish for well-being and healing in a way that includes ourselves, includes our colleagues, and extends to those we know to be suffering much more than we are in this moment. And I'll close with the words of a traditional loving kindness meditation. May we be filled with loving kindness. May we be well in body and in mind. May we be safe from inner and outer dangers. May we be truly joyful, easeful, and free. May we each and all be filled with that spirit of compassionate love and kindness, and extend that in everything that we do from this day and beyond. So when and as you're ready, it's such a, for me anyway, kind of a poignancy to transitioning from a formal meditation like that focused on self-compassion and compassion for each other. But opening that, the invitation is to see if we might notice how we're feeling right now. Notice if there's been any shift in the sense of how you are having, if to the whatever degree you were able to experience that meditation. Anybody notice, if you check in with yourself, anything feel a little different within yourself? And one thing I didn't mention that I often mention is as we're practicing with this idea of radiating out goodness, please know everyone's radiating that out toward you, right? So just imagine that we've just experienced a moment of just pausing and allowing our intentions to just concentrate on creating a space for remembering our life energy and force, feeling what is well and amplifying that, and then extending that beyond to each other first and foremost, because we matter. This community of support matters. The work that you do matters. But then it's not only for ourselves, is it? No way. It's for the communities we're here to serve. So I just want to, again, there's so much more that always could be said, which is why I wrote a 300-page book when my publisher and editor were hoping it'd be maybe 150 or 2. And of course, I'm working on another. There is more, but we're here. The most important thing is to know that you're not alone. To know that even in these very difficult times, the sun is shining, right? And as long as we're here, we're not promised to live forever. We're not going to. So can we choose to make the most of the time that we have and to offer the love and the possibility for healing and justice that can show up right here, right now? That's what these practices are about. It's like there's got to be a thread that comes from healing and justice for ourselves, that from this place, then we can better envision what that healing and justice looks like out there. Does that make sense? That's really the inner wisdom of this book. It's like we have to start here, and from here we can change the world, and maybe nothing else ever will. So I want to see if there are any questions or reflections. I know we're shorter on time, this happens, than I had hoped. But if there are questions or reflections, maybe pause if there's a really good hard question, or even just a nice reflection. Whatever, let's open up the space. I'd love to hear thoughts. Anybody want to share what came up for you during that meditation or any questions? Do we have an extra mic we can share? Yes, I see a hand here. And if you'll tell me in particular your name, do me the honor of that. Other people I'm sure here, your friends are here. But if we can expand the sense of connection by hearing your name, I'd love that.
Cool. Thank you so much, Sister Rhonda. My name is
Thank
Tim Green.
Hi, Tim. Nice to meet you, my brother.
Nice to meet you as
Yeah.
well. I'm a critical pedagogue,
Yeah.
and I think dialogue and reflection is where it's at. So
Yes.
I'm coming to you to ask a hard question,
Good.
not to call out, but to
Yes.
call in and to maybe help guide me through this.
Yes.
I think my question, how can the somatic approach be utilized towards praxis? Because it is often used in the DEI industry by white liberalism.
Yes.
And how does it challenge us to put our privilege and power on the line? Because oftentimes I've worked in institutions and I've seen the somatic approach come in, and it can be somewhat patronizing when you said the voiceless are not having their voice heard.
Yeah.
And they're telling you to please put your feet on the ground, and we're all, bonded in this humanity. But you look to the left and you look to the right, and people are literally dehumanizing you every step of the way.
Yeah.
So my question is, how do we take this and put it into practice? I become frustrated when I see the somatic approach.
Yeah. Tim, thank you so much. Is there anybody else who resonates with that? Let's just put it out there, right? We're not alone. Thank you, right? You see, and I'm with you in this question. 100%. People have asked me to do trainings to put this even more broadly out in DEI. Note that I have not. Partly because I think the answer to your question comes from this kind of gathering and practicing from this place. It's not going to come from those of us on high in university spaces creating new credentialing programs and charging many thousands of dollars for people to be able. That's not where this is going to come from. It's not. You're not going to see me doing that. No, right? It's coming from us. It's coming from Nanny Suggs. It's coming from your teachers. It's coming from you. And it's having the courage, insight, wisdom, brilliance, right? Brother fellowship feeling to ask these questions and to kind of demand that we reclaim what's being done in the name of inner awareness and social justice. Reclaim it so that it is speaking truth to power, inviting us, yes, to know that we do have some power, even in spaces where we're not in charge, but that our work is to trouble and to discomfort and to disrupt and to make noise and to make change and real transformation. And that's why I do this. But I am aware that everything that we do in the United States is commodified, commoditized, sold, packaged. And absolutely that's been happening with mindfulness and DEI. 100%. And it is, all I can say is I'm here because something about what the authenticity of what you all are doing spoke to me. And I believe this needs to be amplified in this conversation about mindfulness and justice, the authentic path, as opposed to the, credential industry, neoliberal, make money off of, and also there's always the way that dominance, white dominance, patriarchal dominance, ableist dominance, just many different patterns, the intersecting types of dominance, have a way of taking everything over. And so, yes, this conversation about bringing the inner work to social justice did not start out being something that Madison Avenue would take on as their latest beloved product. But it is certainly threatened to become that. And we have to make sure it doesn't. And all I can say is I hear the frustration, and let's just keep creating the alternate spaces. So there are BIPOC spaces, but there are also, spaces that are aimed at inner work for social justice and transformative change. I think it takes our leading in those spaces to make a real difference. So I'm looking forward to seeing you on the journey with me. Thank you, my dear. Thank you, my dear. Yeah. Okay, maybe another question, reflection. Please let that question, too, stay with us and trouble us. Because we know, how many of us see this all the time? People are just bringing a tiny taste of mindfulness somewhere, and then everything is going on as usual, and people are still being disadvantaged and not getting clean water and everything else. We have got to do this differently. Yeah.
Hey, so I'm Molly.
Hey, Molly.
This goes back to what we were just talking about. Since mindfulness is really foreign to a lot of people, but you want people to make it their own, how do you encourage people to center their own values, find their space, find a mindfulness practice that works for them and looks like something that they can really do every day that's going to work?
I love that. So it doesn't, first of all, let's realize that I feel like we're just in the early stages, even though I've seen this 20-year arc of mindfulness going from something nobody was doing it anywhere to now everybody seems to be trying to do it everywhere, right? And nevertheless, because of the kinds of commitments I have to ethics, to healing, right, to true transformation that is not going to be easy for any of us who've gotten here, right, in this society, through climate change and every other thing, everything that we have, the economic, redistribution, these are not going to be easy for us, and yet we need some practices. for kind of keeping ourselves grounded through the floods and the waves. I mean, the floods and the waves I'm talking about, that looks different for each of us, but y'all know what I'm talking about? Like, it's not been easy. We need some practices that help us heal and thrive. So all I can say is, I think we don't have to use the language of mindfulness. What I meant to say by we are in the opening stages, I think. We have gone through this period where it's been picked up and run with, become a billion-dollar industry, frankly. And yet, you know, the grandmothers and the wisdom keepers of our communities are still just doing what they've been doing. And what we might do is tell more of our grandmother stories and more of our wisdom keeper stories and create more spaces for their original medicine to actually lead us where we need to go and help us heal from the ground, right, from where we know, right, that wisdom to rest. It's interesting, this billion-dollar industry called mindfulness, because frankly, honestly, it really is up at that level of money coming in the door nowadays. It's disproportionately female. It's probably still, I would say, in a lot of the, well, it varies because more and more people of color are coming in and saying, wait, this is what we're doing with mindfulness? This is what we've been doing at home and calling it something different? So movement practices where we connect, listen to each other, laugh together, dance, cook together, make music that we don't have to be paid for and don't have to sound good doing, but we make music together. That heals. I think when I was sharing the board of this organization called the Center for Contemplative Mind and Society, a woman created this beautiful visual representation called the Tree of Contemplative Practices. Her name is Maya Durr. Some of you may know Maya because I think she has lived in New Mexico before, maybe still does. But if you go online and look up something called the Tree of Contemplative Practices, you'll see chanting, song, dance, activism as a contemplative practice. It's not just this mindfulness that's being presented on the mindful.org webpage. It's everything that all our communities have ever done to survive the floods. And that's what we have to keep saying, that's what we're talking about. This isn't some, you know, it really isn't the thing that certain people are getting rich off of, right? That is formed around whiteness. That's not what I'm here for. But I know that to use the word mindfulness is to kind of invite us to think about how do we re-narrate what that is and keep opening the door so we can see our grandmothers in that and see our people in that. That's what we need to do. But that's why I'm here. Because I believe if it's going to be done, it'll be done by folks like you all who are doing it in service of real change. And I honor that deeply. Thank you. Do we have time for one more? Yeah? I can maybe. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. If you could tell us your name or me your name, I do.
Yes, hi, I'm Joaquin.
Hey, Mark.
So I was wondering if the book will address, and if so, or if not, if you could offer some advice and guidance around, I guess we could call them a set of values,
Yes.
a set of cultural integrity norms
Mm-hmm.
in English.
Mm-hmm, yes.
It's society
Yeah, yeah.
language, which a lot of us know come from a deeper sense of what guides us.
Yes.
And thinking about this process, I was hoping you could offer something for that,
Yes.
because of the reality of cognitive dissonance.
Mm.
Me as a male, I could read a lot of wonderful things on feminist lit.
Mm-hmm.
I could learn a very comfortable complacency and gradualism our struggle is we have internal conversations in our families and community on a daily, on a minute, on
Yes.
it's just what we do.
It's what we do.
But it'd be great to have Anglo allies have their own conversation about that, and I'm hoping this book has some
Yes.
guidance
Yes.
on that, so we're not fighting a
Yes.
comfortable mindfulness that makes it more difficult for us.
Yeah.
We're so happy about feeling good in the gratitude.
Right. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. So this is why, I mean, sometimes I struggle. I'm thinking, should I just be using a different term, really? Because I do think, first of all, the mindfulness that I offer is grounded in ethics and grounded in values. And that is not to say, well, that is just to say I support you in this insight. We have to have a foundation in hard conversations about what our values are and where they may conflict, and integrity, how we want to live. For me, the value of minimizing suffering, and having that courage to ask the question of who is suffering here and who needs more assistance and support, who is vulnerable, who have we rendered vulnerable by our systems and our practices, and to seek as best I can to take action. Now I'm speaking about my own values and my own sort of commitments around integrity that are the foundation for the mindfulness work for me. But I think for all of us who do what I call, let's say for now, socially engaged mindfulness, because there is a way to distinguish it from the kind of mindfulness that sort of just wants to get us in a state of the spa-like pacification, and we're good here, and don't harsh my mellow. I have been at retreats where I have been asked to speak about this, and people have gotten up and said, I came to this retreat so I wouldn't have to think about this. And I'm like, I came here to help you understand that it's how, these practices are for helping you think about these things. But so it is, yes, this is why I go to those retreats. And I literally have to have those conversations with people who have been trained by some of the dominant ways of doing mindfulness to feel like when we do mindfulness, it's meant for us never to have a harsh moment, right? It is a kind of a way of reinforcing fragility, frankly. This is not mindfulness for reinforcing fragility. This is not what this is. So maybe we should also always call it socially engaged mindfulness. Or I'm open. This again is why I'm here. What's the word we could use? Another kind of language for what we're doing. It is about being willing to be held accountable, being a lifelong learner, and with some humility, right? And being committed to being in right relationship with my brothers and sisters with whom I share this, this turn around this universe, this magnificent life that I just woke up and inherited somehow. How can I be in right relationship with you? That's why I'm doing this. It's not, I'm not doing this work so that I can just simply focus and be more productive and, maybe get a raise somewhere. That's not why I do mindfulness. But we should have a whole conference on this, I think, right? Shouldn't we? Because a lot of people are studying and training mindfulness, and it is not being presented as the handmaiden of justice, which is the only reason why I'm here. It's mindfulness for the world that we want to be born. I know that I may not live to see the just world that I imagine, but let me just say that in a way, having this conversation with you all today is a manifestation of the just world that I imagine. Do you know what I'm trying to say? There is a way that we can be very clear that we're here to practice and to be together in ways that do approximate, keep us moving in the direction of that kind of courageous willingness to be accountable, effort to make real change. And we're going to suffer some in that process, those of us who are privileged, because that's how it works. But that's why we do what we do, to be able to withstand the difficulty, not to be buffeted and protected from it. So yes, thank you for both of you beautiful beings be all of you beautiful beings back there, the quadrant of beings raising these questions. Because everything you're describing is what I have seen out on the road, and it's one of the reasons why I took a year of leave of absence from my university job, because my university was actually pressuring me, I can say that here, a little bit, to offer these kind of credentialing programs, to neoliberalize it, and that's not what I'm called to do. I don't know what it needs to look like yet. And so this is what I think we have to do. We have to reclaim and keep claiming our power to discern a way of being in right relationship with the wisdom that we're seeking to manifest and seeking to cultivate. But it's never going to be easy in a capitalist society that is late stage and struggling and in its last gasps of fighting white supremacy and patriarchy. It's going to constantly be a battle and a freaking struggle. It's a struggle. But this is why we are here, to know that there is joy in being alive in the struggle. This is something I learned from a South African teacher. I went to a conference on mindfulness in the South African context, mindfulness for social justice there. I talk about it in the book. Some of the teachings come from sitting with this South African elder, shaman, who with tears basically said to us, whatever y'all are calling mindfulness, you've had the good sense to put me at the center of the agenda and to listen to what I have to say. But he basically was calling us to absolutely transform it all, bring it all into the room. No separations, first of all, between us and the planet, between us and the so-called other continents and nations in the separations. But that's not easy to do. But this is what our South African brother teacher was telling us. So there's a lot of depth that we're only scratching the surface to. And that's the kind of mindfulness I want to invoke. I don't know if I have the name for it yet, but I feel like after this conversation, I'm going to be inspired to keep writing and thinking about that. Thank you all, my beautiful brothers and sisters. I am blessed to be with you. I thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. You're inspiring the world.
Just like to thank you for coming and sharing your life's journey with us. It's great to hear about your grandmother. And I want to just mention that I think some of us, I know because I'm that skeptic in the room, both the scientists and the practitioners and the healthcare leaders, as well as within our own communities, like what does this all mean? And I'd like to reframe mindfulness. I just came from a mindfulness and indigenous ceremony where people came from the globe as concientización, as being awake. As my colleague, Dr. Magdalena Avila always says, we're building oppositional consciousness together. We're in ceremony together, and we're in relations to each other and to the earth, the land, the water, the air. And I think for some of us, we can relate to more culturally centered. And I just wanted to share, for those of you who invest in interventions that work, some of us who want to invest in works, this is a systemic review that Dr. Bonnie Duran shared with me. It's a review and meta-analysis of psychological interventions to improve mental health well-being. And of 499 randomized controlled trials in the clinical setting and non-clinical setting, mindfulness-based and multi-component positive psychological interventions demonstrated the greatest efficacy in both clinical and non-clinical populations. When we add this with structural competency and culturally centered knowledge and work, we've got power here. So thank you for igniting this. Professor McGee, we set a table up outside to the left right there, and she'll sign books and you'll be able to talk with her. And Dr. Wanda, do we have any instructions for after our break? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And guys, we're on the cutting edge. Let's face it, we're on the cutting edge. But please, in my way of saying, Don't poo-poo the woo-woo. Please, just keep your minds open. It's awesome. It's my life, I have to admit. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to have a break. You got to be back in here in about 10 minutes, just to, we can, process some of the things that you heard. Some of this is new for a lot of you. And just process it and come back in after about 10 minutes, and we're going to have a session with Miss Laura. What's her name here? She's here? Perfect. You want to say something about her?
No, just I wanted to get her name.
Oh, okay. And she will, we're on schedule pretty much, guys. She is going to talk about, what's that time? I have classes.
We're actually doing 1:45.
Yeah.
We're gonna come back and do key takeaways from the moderator.
That's it. Yes. I've got another
We
plan.
have each other's.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm coming back down to earth. Okay. Woo, woo, woo. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care. Okay. We're gonna do a mapping of some of the things that you guys have talked about. It's gonna be really, really down to earth and really interesting. I've been walking in some of the workshops. You guys are phenomenal. So come back after 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Some phenomenal work.
It can tell a breaststroke from a backstroke from a kickboard. And when you're done, it dries itself off. This isn't a dream. Your watch can take an ECG. But if it was a dream, that watch would track your REM sleep down to the minute. It checks your heart rate. It checks for temperature changes to estimate when you've ovulated. It checks out when you're buying spaghetti. It could already detect if you fell. Now the microphone detects impact noise.
I'll bring a microphone over. Moderators, stand by your poster. I'll bring a microphone over. We're going to have to honor the next speaker's time.
Oh, we're doing the summaries.
Yes. What are we doing?
Ask all the moderators to stand by their posts right now.
That's what yeah, okay.
You're on track.
Okay. Moderators, stand by your posters. I'm going to bring a microphone over. Is she okay with PowerPoint and stuff?
I've got it all right here.
Oh, good. This is the work that you've been doing for a day and a half.
Daisy, where's Daisy?
You want to say something?
Ask for Daisy. Let's do the equity manifesto because after these people present, we're going to lose people.
Yeah.
And I want to get that on there.
Okay.
So let's get that.
Okay. Go Daisy. Go Daisy. Go Daisy. Okay.
Let's see. I'm not used to it.
Are going to help us do that mapping together, looking at some key things. So we're going to ask you as the moderators present, we're going to put these PowerPoints up. Want to thank the note takers, our student note takers and team of note takers. Raise your hands, give them a round of applause. And that's Nancy Dominguez, Daisy Rosero, Maria Chaparro, the whole team that was working to pull them all together because we're going to put them on PowerPoints that fast. Isn't that great? Okay, but before we get started, we promised from your statement of the question that Mr. Regis Pecos addressed yesterday with the panel of leaders. What promise can you fulfill to assure that future generations inherit all they need to live healthy, in well-being, and have equitable access to resources? You put all your responses on note cards, and I want to introduce Daisy Rosero, who has integrated all those and has something to share.
Hi everyone, thank you so much. I'm just going to step out here from behind the table. I just wanted to say first, thank you so much for those of you who have already contributed your equity manifesto. And if you have not yet done that, you still have time. We would really love to see your statements. So what we've done throughout this conference, as the statements were going up, we've been taking a in brief are the collective vision, the actionable items and commitment to action, and aligning with health equity solutions, strategies, policy, and resources. And with that as a guiding voice, I've pulled out just a couple of brief quotes from some of you folks. And one of the first ones is from former Zuni governor Norman Coyote. And it's quite long, so I don't know that I want to read the whole thing, but it's a great statement about being that voice, being that open voice, that active voice that speaks for the people and looks for culturally relevant ways in which we can engage with different members of our communities. And here's a couple of other quotes that I pulled that sort of embody the themes that we've been looking at. And I'm not going to read them, verbatim, but we're looking at things about accountability of higher education to develop diversity and equity and inclusion programs at the higher ed level. Active listening and valuing of all voices. Being early adopters, that is such a great word, I love to hear that. Being early adopters and role models for those of us that are not just coming up, but our youth, and in some cases our elders. There's always something to teach from one area to another, intersectional teaching and so many ways to be good role models. And then providing high-level, culturally relevant health care, which is something that is also very important. So this really warms my heart to see how this vision is going to manifest itself when we finally take a look at all of the cards and put those together. So we're still going to continue doing this work, and at some point we will provide feedback to you on what the ultimate equity manifesto becomes. And it's all because of the work that you're doing here. So thank you so much. And I'm going to turn it back to Lisa here.
Thank you, Daisy. I'm going to give her a round of applause. That was a lot of work in a short time. Masters of Public Health from UNM and is now with our Tree Center. So this is the fun part. So each action lab gets 3 minutes, and Dr. Wanda's going to be timing you and gonging. Maybe that's too obnoxious. Why don't you just give them yeah, that looks great. Give them the hello. That sounds wonderful. And we're going to start with behavioral health. And remember, we're mapping. As you sit there, I'd like everyone to take out some paper, because we all are listening to each other. It's a collective mapping, because this is real, folks. We want to align the top policy challenges and systems challenges across communities and across equity challenge areas with the promising, practical, community-driven strategies that promote racial healing and equity that have all been shared. Are there common strategies across challenge areas? And then what's the resources we need? This is so important today. This is going to be the beginning of our common action planning. So let's start with behavioral health, and we want to make sure they have a microphone. They do. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Everybody see it?
Hi, everyone. Awesome. Good time. When you're done.
Okay, and then give me the hook.
Well,
But let him talk first, he's more important. So, behavioral health, you're just there. Okay. Behavioral health care in New Mexico. People talked about equity, about parity, about stopping silos and stigma, and said underneath it all is trust. Trust in who we are, trust that our provider wants to know, to understand in our language, with our culture, like a blanket wrapped around the shoulders of grandmothers, fathers, sisters, brothers. Finding the way we are all in relation and harmony. Behavioral health not compartmentalized, not symptoms and diagnosis, but all of the aspects of us in harmony. Bring services to the community, honor traditional practices, faith-based alternatives to wellness. See it all as healing. Individual nested in family, nested in community, nested in culture. White people talked about white privilege. Is it not safe for others, or is this a white concept? What I heard was see us, listen, not to speak, allow our vulnerability and our strength. If you listen, we can lead you down this forest path we know well. Learn from us, learn with us.
Wow. That was a
Wow,
poem.
that's right.
She wrote that.
Let's give Royce some applause for that. You know, it's like poetry in motion, right?
Yes.
You know, and that's the thing about storytelling. We had the advantage of taking the storytelling from the truth tellers, right? And for all of those that were in the behavioral health laboratory, can you stand up for us, would you please? Please stand up for us. This is your story here, and this is the story about New Mexico. So, thank you so much. I'm just going to add a couple of things. One is we are fortunate to have someone whose cultural humility and vision is tied to community, and that's our CEO from the collaborative. I've watched her for many years, and she has been constant and consistent in her own cultural humility. So if anything has happened in our system, it's really introducing a concept that's important for all of us. And for those of us who are in the behavioral health community, just a few things. We had a bunch of artists in our group. We had graphic work. We had journalists here too, community members, but all of it really tells the story about what we know at the community level. That is the key word in all of it said here. And it emphasized the points around how those of us who live in rural areas don't have the benefits and the access that many others have the privilege for. And I live in a rural area. I know exactly what folks are talking about. And that means we go without, not just for days, months, and weeks. We go for years and decades. So just imagine a system that's trying to respond to something to a community that is lacking so much. I will say there are several, areas here that really connect to the others. Infrastructure regarding technology, transportation, and the whole underlying theme here is about ensuring that community is heard, that it's their needs that are being addressed, and that we come with community to find solutions. Keep in mind that what happens, a lot of what is good happens in communities, not necessarily in the system. The system has yet to learn how to effectively engage communities. So I think that really kind of emphasizes a lot of what's said here. And folks were also brave enough. This was a safe enough place. And I want to say thank you to Lisa for ensuring this is a safe place. When we get to talk about things like white privilege, when we have an area where we can talk about discrimination, and we can do that with an environment of equity, that means people can be heard without what is typically the normal reaction. It's people really using microaggression to diminish your voice. I want to say thank you from both of us. So we're ready. That was 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. Miss Lisa Lisa. That poem is amazing.
So we're gonna bounce.
Declare that we did have the best group. And so I'd like all of the to stand or wave your hand wherever you are. So we had a robust discussion about, and I put quotes around affordable housing because it really seems like an oxymoron in today's society. Like, is there such a thing anymore as affordable housing? And we started with the premise that asking the question of whether or not housing is a human right, which required us to go into some definitions about, well, what is a human right? Does that mean it needs to be free, or do we need to expand our definition of housing? Because some of the ways in which we have been indoctrinated is that owning a home is the American dream, but who decided that that was the American dream? So, did we need to, it's just talking about a structure, a house, too narrow in terms of talking about shelter for everyone, safe and affordable shelter. So we went through and we looked at what the key systems and policy issues are, and we said that lack of accountability of government structures was one of the issues. And in this particular table, they talked about 21st century colonialism sort of determining what the rules are. And I think that's a common theme that we hear a lot, and that the laws and policies are set in place that exclude low-income people of color through redlining and privilege for some, and continues to disadvantage others in terms of wealth, including in the areas of housing. We talked about policies that sort of gutted the social safety net. An example was when HUD stopped building and funding public housing. So then as we tried to say, okay, this is what the problems are, and we went to see what the solutions are, we had a great presentation from the Chainbreaker Collective up in Santa Fe, where they're talking about displacement and gentrification and what that really means. They have a series of maps, and I encourage you to go onto their website to look at the maps for the city of Santa Fe to show where there are collections of poverty and how Santa Fe is segregated racially. And he did talk about income, because other people were asking, well, is this income based? Is it if you can afford the $750,000 house that you can live in this area? It's mostly related to the segregation is along racial lines. And the median income in Santa Fe, in the areas where people have been displaced, is around $21,000 a year. That people are getting moved further and further out, which winds up causing more and more disparity in terms of how much it costs for them to get into where they need to work. So there's an intersection with transportation, car dependence, because they have to drive further instead of being able to walk to work. They don't have the luxury of the live, work, play kinds of trends that housing has used as buzzwords for a lot of years. So we looked at all that and we thought, okay, so what do we need to do? And we looked at some equity strategies, and they talked about FHA housing loans and bringing this particular program back because it worked in the past. There was another person who was in charge of a housing program in New Mexico for a number of years, who said that we needed to look at the voucher system and the way that we use vouchers, some of them for long-term housing, to figure out how we make that more efficacious for people to actually be able to use them, and that they're not stigmatized, so that a person who is a property owner would not be able to make the discriminatory decision to not take that voucher and then have someone who just can self-pay. That there would be some equity in the way that the voucher system is done. Then also people talked about in the tax code, maybe having people who are renters be able to do some sort of rental reduction. So anyway, all that's there. The popo is telling me to stop, and I will. But we will just say that one of the resources was USDA rural development, and maybe looking at a different model for housing, land trust, and collective development. Thank you very much.
Testing? Yes. Thank you. Okay, our next is community health workers. Where are you?
We're coming down. I had to get my crew. Okay, community health workers.
Your name, please?
My name is Annabelle Controla, Doñana County Health and Human services from Medicaid, training expertise and specialties. Sometimes the community health workers that go out to the field may not have the training that they're needed. They may have a specific training, but not training overall. There is a certification program, but sometimes, for example, Josie and Maria that have been working in the field didn't originally have any certified type of training. It just came from within to help their communities. Some of the other things from example here that came up, see, I don't have my glasses. Key system and policy issues. What are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about, for example, caregiving, barriers, immigration, and stigma with people who may have felonies or past criminal records that may want to work in this type of field, sometimes that we encounter. So that's another key system or like a policy issue that we run across. Equal access to services. There's quite a few CHWs, there we go, sorry. CHWs not being paid fair wages, and that's where that came about as far as getting reimbursable services, for example, from Medicaid. I'll go ahead, and I know we're limited on time. I do want to pass the microphone on to Josie and to Maria, so they can go ahead and give some examples of some strategies that do work.
Take the popo outside, please. So, one of our strategies is doing the outreach, going outside to the communities. We go where the people are, not waiting for the people to come into you guys. That's one of my strategies. And of course, doing the work with passion, like I always say, and educate us. Educate us. Miss B, Miss Ivana, they're working hard with that. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but it's true. They're forcing us to study.
They are trying to educate other community health workers, not only because of technology that changed everything, but language barriers. We usually do everything Spanish because our community speaks Spanish, so we don't practice our English, as you can see and you can hear, because we don't use English for our community. We don't need it. We need the Spanish, and we get trainings in Spanish and in English. Ms. Divana and Ms. B are working hard for other community workers to also take advantage of this. And we do get educated, even if it's not in a university, but it's other ways. I tell them we have la escuela de la vida. Sometimes it's more valuable than going to
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you guys, right on time. Bless you. Okay. Where youth leadership.
Right here.
All right.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me okay with the mask on? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Justin Garut. I use they or he pronouns. I'm the director of the Office of Health Equity at the Department of Health. And I'm originally from Montonito, Colorado, if anyone knows where that is, that tiny little town. I had the privilege of working with Nelsie yesterday and our community members on the topic of youth leadership. And before I get into this, I just want to highlight that at the end of the session, in our discussion, it was completely tribal focused. And I've never been in a space in public health where it's been so focused on tribal issues, tribal lived experience, and it wasn't, white folks dominating the discussion. And I think that really speaks to the intentionality within which Lisa and the entire team have made sure that there's representation among folks here at this event. So I just want to highlight that. That was really magical. In terms of the key systems and policy issues that came up, transportation barriers, mental health access, lack of support for youth leadership development, tokenizing young people, stigma around mental health and around other topics, the patriarchy, Western constructs of leadership, and then also projects or programs that are unsupported or siloed. In terms of the resources that were highlighted, youth as our biggest resource in this area was one. and then a rich culture as a resource and a gift to focus on and lift up. In terms of our 3 strategies, when we were doing the clustering, the main one here is building political power. And we talked about this within, youth are growing up in these communities, they're kind of inheriting some dysfunction or a lot of dysfunction in the various areas. And so working to help them build up their political power is key. Another strategy was multi-generational engagement. For example, using a peer-to-peer mentorship model in health equity programming to connect youth across generations. The third one that I want to highlight is, as a strategy, is building culturally informed wraparound services for youth related to culture, social, economic, educational development as well. There's a lot more details in all of these, but those were the 3 that kind of rose to the top, and it was such an honor to be able to take part in this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Language access. Language access. Where are you? Oh, there you go.
You've done enough. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francisco Ronquillo, and I don't know if Henry Colinares, my co-facilitator, is still here. No. I'll go ahead and present language access. I was looking at the other posters, and I'm like, oh, they condensed everything on ours to all these stickies that we have here. So all the people that participated in language access, please raise your hand. Thank you all. We had a very rich conversation. We actually went over, and a lot of things came up. New Mexico, I just want to reiterate, it's a state rich, not financially, but rich in history, in culture, diversity, and languages. A state with 23 recognized tribes, with 9 indigenous languages, with Spanish as the second most spoken language in New Mexico, and I want you to be mindful, we just came from that session, right, of the following, of what happened. I just want to make sure that we capture the language here. Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act prohibits any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance from discriminating based on national origin, which the U.S. Supreme Court has interpreted to include discrimination based on language. 1964, 57 years ago. Have we made a difference? I want to hear you, yes or no? A significant difference? No. Do we still have a lot of issues with language access? Yes, we have a lot of issues with language access. In order to really create systemic change, and in order to create change in the community, we need a plan. And I think all these strategies are going into that plan, right? We need leaders, and we have a lot of leaders here in this convening. We need people. We have a lot of people when we go back to our communities that can help us move things forward, and we need resources and action. In terms of resources, New Mexico is a natural resource. If we compare New Mexico to the rest of the nation, it's a very unique state. We are blessed to live in a state like New Mexico because of the people that are here. We have a lot of local wisdom, and like Dr. Cacaristone said at the beginning, we don't need people from the outside to come and tell us. We already know what the issues are. We already have the solutions. We just need that political will and the support from leaders to really back down, listen to community, and move forward with action. We have resources like a lot of our youth are bilingual. When we talk about languages, I don't want to, even though Spanish is the second most spoken language in the state, in the nation, and one of the top 3 in the world, we also have the indigenous language. So we have a lot of young people that are bilingual and that are bicultural. We need them to be our future healthcare providers. We have a huge shortage and a big disconnect in terms of the providers and the patients, cultural and linguistic. We have a big gap in terms of the educators and the students. Our students are not getting the quality education that they need and that they deserve, and that our Constitution mandates. Imagine if every kid was to be educated in 2 languages. That's what our Constitution asks for, right? So through language access, I'm going to go to the priorities. What we identified as a priority, are you guys familiar with the acronym LEP? It stands for limited English proficiency. One of our priorities or our strategy is to change the narrative. How about if in a state like New Mexico, we say limited English providers, right? And not start, continue blaming the population. We're saying, these are the deficits in the population. No, these are deficits in the system. The people that, there's not enough people trained with the skills and given the same opportunities and education to be the providers in the state, to be the educators in the state, to be the counselors in the state. So that's one of our priorities. Help us change the narrative and change those deficits to assets based on the richness and the resources that we have in New Mexico. The second one is to really create just the second strategy. The Pope looks after me. So the second strategy is to look at the cabinet level with the state. How about if we create a cabinet that really focuses on language and starts monitoring and really looking at what we have and what we don't have. We don't have a database that actually gives you how many bilingual, bicultural providers do we have. We can't do that in the state of New Mexico. We need to have that kind of information available so that we could really deploy people that need to be deployed or really build capacity where there's a lot of gaps. So one more strategy, looking at early childhood education to really look at the permanent fund, right? That's going to be used in a rainy day. I think we had a lot of storms, not just rainy, that we need to look at how do we advocate to use that permanent funding to really look at issues like language access.
Yes.
Without language access, none of these action labs could move forward. If we can't communicate, if there's a gap in communication, we're not going to move forward. So let's continue honoring and being proud of our state, New Mexico, which has a lot of richness.
Amen, brother. Amen. Okay, all right. Next. Workforce. Yes, workforce development. Very.
There we go.
Again, my name is Joyce Nasiama Chalan. I work at UNM Santa Maria Medical Center. I'm Hopi and Taos Pueblo. I live in Cochiti Pueblo and have spent lots of years working in health. So I want to start out by I don't know, you probably all familiar with this, but in 2004, this Sullivan Commission was convened and they wrote a report on healthcare, diversity in the healthcare workforce. And so the report basically was based on this premise that said increasing diversity in healthcare professions will improve healthcare access and quality. They said minority, but I'll say underrepresented patients, and assure a sound healthcare system for all of our nation's people. So with that premise and with that idea, we are here trying to figure out how many years later, almost 16 years later, we're still struggling with that. So we started our session, our lab out with that note. So in our lab, we constructed the input that our members have, our participants have provided into 4 primary areas: pathways, infrastructure technology, systems, resources, and funding. So we're not going to touch on every one of them because I think there's some similarities presented in the other labs, so we'll just kind of highlight some of those that stood out for us. So I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, I'm Val Romero-Leggett, Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the Health Sciences Center and a family practice doctor. And again, our group. And would the people in our group please raise their hands? It was like an amazing session. Woo! I want to make a point, what Joyce was talking about, that Sullivan Commission report, because when we started out, what we said was, yes, you know what, guess what, that was called missing person internships, but we need to get them in there because you have to get in there and see what things are like. It's not all about a book and it's not about just somebody telling you all the time. It's about getting that hands-on experiences. So that was really key. That again, those were just across the board that just kept coming up after one after another. And then we had this other one that we know that maybe many of us have done the same thing, but many people and many of our youth leave New Mexico, right? Go other places, have their experiences, for all sorts of reasons. But why don't we have, and how did she say it? I loved it. Hashtag come back to New Mexico. So why are we not, we're actively recruit back. So we don't just all of a sudden you're gone, we lost you, okay, bye, let's move on. No, let's get them back here, be active about it, and let's make sure that they know we want them back and we would love to have them, because a lot of people, you want to come back, but you don't know maybe what's here and maybe who wants me still. So we love that one as well. Joyce?
Sorry, I have to put my glasses on. I'm at that age where everything is like this. So I think the other thing I just wanted to highlight that I felt was really important is that we also need to take advantage of the resources that we have available around us. So even within our programs that are existing, the pharmacy, College of Pharmacy, and the way they're set up, the teams and what their students are doing, we need to take advantage of them being part of our healthcare teams. We need to change our mindset and probably look at more public health, not public health, home health care. Yeah, that was what it was. Somebody asked a question about why are we not doing more home-based care? So you got up one. I wish you'd sit back down.
30 seconds.
Okay, and then it also systems. We also need to look at our systems and evaluate what is working, what's not working. Somebody even said, let's break down the system and rebuild.
Yeah, they said, what the heck? Why do we keep trying to fix it? Break them down and let's rebuild them.
Right. So I think that was important. Sounds like the 60s. So, and then funding. Always funding is going to be at the core of what we're doing. Just the way the government and anything else, funding is short term, and we call it soft money, but it's short term. So it's not enough to really get us going with what we need to do and secure programs.
And the last part of that is just making sure that we continue to build coalitions, the systems with community, whatever those systems are. So thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Y'all are pretty tough. Okay, digital. Inclusion and broadband. Yay.
Hi everyone. I'm going to keep it short because in Dr. Wanda's model, I'm a cat, not a dog, so I like being a little bit introverted. But had a really great, my name's Nisha Cindy. I'm the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Director at Project ECHO at the Health Sciences Center at UNM. And had the privilege of facilitating a really great conversation on digital inclusion and broadband access. I think the core of the problem that folks were really talking about is there's been a systemic and historical underinvestment in ensuring broadband access for rural and underserved communities here in New Mexico. And we really saw that exacerbated during the COVID-19 pandemic when there was a reliance on kind of telehealth and telementoring models within healthcare. So in terms of some of the solutions that folks were talking about, I think from the policy level, folks were talking about kind of subsidizing the cost of broadband in frontier and rural communities at the federal and state level. Project ECHO has done a lot of work in this advocacy for broadband because we are a digital health model in its essence. But also kind of thinking about the organizational level of this work as well. So how can we engage healthcare tech companies or internet service providers to ensure that they're hearing from communities around the issues for broadband access and that they are creating tools that are usable across different broadband divides and issues. So really kind of engaging folks on that organizational level. And we had some kind of tech healthcare folks in the room as well, which is really great to see their representation, but seeing their power and resources in this space. How can we really hold them more accountable to creating inclusive tools and inclusive healthcare accessibility? And then I think at the interpersonal level, there were a lot of really great community conversations around who are the folks we can engage to be almost digital navigators, digital support as we think about issues like digital literacy. not just accessing and having access to broadband and these tools, but really knowing how to utilize it and feeling safe and trusted in the utilization. A really interesting point around another problem was kind of the distrust of data collection in this process as well, and how that comes up when folks are engaging on some of these online programs or online services. So folks were really talking about community health workers as being part of this process, youth leaders as kind of thinking about kind of family support, community support, ability to really kind of train each other, that peer learning model, peer-to-peer mentorship models as well. And I just want to end on kind of two really important points on two of these post-its. One, where folks were talking about we need to really address the root causes of some of these inequities. So again, historical underinvestment in these communities and addressing racism and social determinants of health as part of this. And as well as this really lovely quote, which I really want to meet and shake the hand of the person who wrote this because I love it. Broadband and internet access is a basic need. Shift the narrative that it's a luxury service. Not in there.
Thank you. Very good, very good. Okay, now we're going into transportation. Transportation. Is it on the other side of the room?
This is our poster right here.
Oh, okay, who's the moderator, transportation? I know I popped into that workshop. Nelsie, who's that?
He left already.
Uh-oh, he's in trouble. Okay, we'll get him. No, I popped into it. Okay, but do know that all of this is going to be compiled in a report. So his report, their report. Who's in that group, transportation? Okay, anybody want to say something? Okay, come on up. You will save him.
Thank you all. It was a really good, diverse discussion on a variety of fronts. Transit was a very key focus. The challenges of both urban and rural. The urban areas that systems usually primarily fail those with the most need. So there's a lot of good service in areas that people can speak up and speak for themselves, but there's areas that aren't as well served. Or aren't as affluent or underserved. Rural areas face even more challenges with frequency of rides, and but in all areas safety is a concern in various ways. In the rural areas you face stray dogs as a possibility as a concern if you're walking or biking even, for instance. There's a lot of different ways we can address these concerns. Everything from helping people understand what transit is, where it is, destigmatizing transit, because a lot of areas transit where it does exist. If you know what it is, it's something someone else uses, like other people use, but it's a good opportunity. And that's in a nutshell, I think.
Transportation group again, raise your hand. Transportation. There you go. Thank you so much. Okay. Education advancement. Where is he? There is she. There he is.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. My name is Diana Martinez. I'm yelling. I feel like I'm really loud. Pronouns she, her, ella. I serve as the director for the Learning Environment Office at the School of Medicine at UNM, and had the honor of sharing space with friends and colleagues and new folks to talk about educational advancement. Shout out to our educational advancement group. No hands in the air. There we go. I'm going to just highlight a couple of themes that came up for us in terms of systems and policy issues. You know, there was a conversation about really like the lack of integration, the lack of connection, the lack of coordination of existing services, right? There's like pockets of amazing programs and these pockets that are happening, but not equal opportunity or access for different communities, right? So that was one issue that was identified. Another issue that we talked about was really about adverse childhood experiences and New Mexico's children being really traumatized, right? And then being expected and really placed into these systems of education that perpetuate more harm on them. And so in terms of some equity strategies for those two issues, first was like really thinking about how can we ensure some alignment and better connection with what is already happening. So take for example, and we've heard from some of those folks, so take for example the Center for Native American Health at UNM, or the Community to Careers Pathways program at UNM. And how can we ensure that it's actually not centralized at UNM, or like, you know, that's not the only access point, right? But how can we make that equally accessible from across the state? And what are the types of like new thinking and new kind of like, you know, as Dr. Amiroli was saying, like part of the discussion was like, can we like build our own around this, right? And so that was one conversation. And another strategy, and hopefully you all have heard of the ballot initiative, Vote Yes for Kids, but this is really goes to that point of speaking of early child, or of ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, right? Taking money that is ours, that is our children's money, that is from this really out of the wealth that our land has generated, and putting it back into a system that can help them prosper and help them either address the harms and traumas that have happened to them, or hopefully prevent that from the beginning. So I hope that did our groups justice, but thank you all.
Healing racial injustice. I know you're way over there.
Yeah, I'll go run it.
Do we have a microphone?
I'll run
okay,
it.
good. Everybody's over there. Yeah. It's coming. They had a beautiful song at the end of their workshop. I forgot, I don't know who sang it, but they really had a sacred moment there.
We really did. We
Yeah.
really did. It was a perfect way to close out. So I'm Karen Katera with the UNM Community Engagement Center. And
hi, my name is Journalyn Antonio, and I am a tribal liaison with the New Mexico Alliance of Health Councils. So I will just do a summary of our action lab for racial justice and healing. First and foremost, I just want to thank our community presenters, Michelle Melendez and Timothy Green with the Office of Equity and Inclusion from the City of Albuquerque, and also our other racial justice champions and leaders from the New Mexico Social Justice and Equity Institute, as well as our other community presenters that provided a lot of context, and provided community-based strategies in their action labs. So thank you so much to all of us community leaders and presenters. And so now I'm just going to start with a few strategies. With our lab, we open space for community, and with that, we really acknowledged our elders who were in the room. We had tons of storytelling and story sharing. A lot of it was connected and originated from the Navajo Nation. So we had some elders in there telling stories about, their experiences growing up, and, their challenges with, some of the trauma, historical trauma. So I just want to acknowledge that. And with that, history was a huge theme in our group. To talk about racial justice and healing is to really acknowledge our own history. So looking at our own history 100 years back, whatever background that you come from, looking at the history of the community, and then also looking at the history of the ugly truths. So, things that we talk about: racism, genocide, oppression, colonization, the realities of what that looked like in our state and how it's impacting our communities today, because we can see it. We definitely saw the impacts of it during COVID as well. And listening and learning from the community. So valuing community-based and ancestral knowledge from communities. I think I shared this, but in the Western world, we really like to value Western college degrees, but in our communities, indigenous communities, we value ancestral knowledge, indigenous knowledge. We value our elders. We value the stories and the teachings and the oral history just as much as we do degree. So just to provide some context, that's how communities have a perspective and outlook on, knowledge and what is sacred knowledge. Another thing that we talked about is how can we build a network and alliance of racial justice champions and allies, and how can we cross-pollinate ideas across the state with one another. And I think that's something that we're all doing here today with this conference and the summit. And I think that may be my cue, but if you don't mind, I'm just gonna end with saying that we ended with a healing song in the Diné language, and it was so beautiful. And she shared a story. Her name is Maddie. She shared a story that she went through the boarding school. Now that she can sing these songs to her grandchildren, she never thought that she could, but her language was taken, her identity, her culture, during these times. So it was so beautiful to see her talk about it and lighting up. And she said she sings these songs to her kids. So definitely an example of meeting suffering with courage and resiliency.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Arthur Kaufman, Vice President for Community Health, and we work in our office with community health workers, health extension agents.
Are we doing it? What are we doing? Insurance? What are we doing?
We're doing insurance. I'm dog, man.
Well, I know. Number 10, insurance. Go ahead. You got it.
Can those who are in the health insurance group raise your hands? Yes. Oh my goodness. I learned a huge amount from this group. One of the things is that this is a golden period. I don't know if everyone understands, but what's happening is we're going to have the third centennial Medicaid turquoise coming up next year, and I've been really impressed with the applicants, those who want to become the next managed care organizations to be accepted, are really intrigued and interested in what's happening in the communities, because they want to frame their applications that really are meeting community need. So this is really quite a time, and we have to get as much information that we're all collecting into the hands of those who are making applications. That will affect what we're going to be seeing in the future. One of the most important things that came out of our group was the need for marketing. There can be all the great opportunities in insurance in the state, but if people can't access it, and that's a major problem now, it doesn't do any good. People almost need to have their personal navigators to sort their way through this complexity. We had excellent personal histories of one of our participants was talking about her child who had a ruptured appendix. She was so overwhelmed just taking care of her kid and the multiple complications, she didn't have time to think about, wait a minute, what should be applying for? We have other people who face a digital divide. We have incredible opportunities, except if you don't have a computer, or you have it and you can't use it, or you can use it but you can't figure out the complexity of applying, that's a huge issue. So the whole idea of how to provide information in a very usable way across the state, realizing every community is a bit different. So the recommendation was we have to use all hands on deck. That could be through churches, through public libraries, through community health workers, health extension agents, health councils. We have to have broad information so everyone can get the right information at the right time. There was a major issue around tribal access to insurance because many tribal communities, it makes a big difference if you're a tribal member but you're on or off reservation. If you're in New Mexico or Arizona. Those are huge issues, and to sort their way through that is very difficult. There was a huge study done on what are the barriers to getting access to benefits. And one of the big ones is, if you get tribal benefits, are you eligible for anything else outside? Or if you get that, do you lose your major benefit? So these were all the major items we had to confront. And the other one is a plea to try to get some consistency among all the managed care organizations. If you lose or change from one insurance company to another and you have to start all over, but you don't know what the benefits are, if they were standardized, it would make it easier. Or you're losing your access to that doctor, who's this doctor over here? So there has to be some way of sharing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I believe we have the last one because Kathy McGill has done the affordable housing, and we are now into environmental justice. I see eyes looking around the room. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Janine was my co-moderator, and I just want to acknowledge the group that did environmental justice and joined and gave some awesome input. Would you just please stand to acknowledge you first, or raise your hands, whichever. It was very clear from getting the feedback that there is no corner of New Mexico that does not have expertise and a long legacy of struggle and fighting for EJ. It runs in our veins, it runs in our DNA, and working as frontline communities. But a lot of the, in terms of looking at some of the strategies, it was one that was made was a burden of proof always seems to be put on the community. We wear it, we walk out with that because we're the ones suffering the disease, the illnesses, the cancers. We wear the burden of proof, as they say, when we're walking out of the door. But we need to shift that burden to companies where there's more lived experience. They need to be, considered as communities. Need to look at their experience and their lived experience as the top expertise versus just these companies because they're determining the regulations. They're calling in their experts. They're training the experts. And so it's kind of how the pendulum swings, and we want it truly to swing in favor of communities. So also requiring community consent for industry activity. Everyone says that, we're against advancement, we're against companies and development, but we're looking at communities want green development that's not toxic, that's not going to kill our children, is not going to kill our ability to have children to give in the future to our communities in that way. So that's something that also shared. And then what are the screening and risk reduction strategies for looking at positive exposure? All the communities talked about, the presenters talked about how their communities were impacted in terms of the uranium. We had looking at industry permitting. We looked at the downwinders and when the nuclear bomb went off, and not one corner of New Mexico was untouched by what happened with that. So all of that was shared in so many different capacities, creating stricter policies to protect New Mexico's water, soil, plants, and air. Talked about, not only just the two-legged ourselves, our beings, but also the four-legged. We need to create protection for all. The food that we eat, the little animals that are part of our lives, the bees that make the honey. So all of that was acknowledged in our particular session when we're looking at regulations and policy not to be exclusionary in terms of one respect or another. And so, again, going back to requiring companies who are entering an area for exploring must have screening clinics and protocols for addressing adverse health issues. Really looking at that, and we talked about there was a couple, David and your wife, who led part of the tour that took place in April 19th with Deb Holland and company, Ben Lujan before he was a senator, and they went and they looked at all the damage of fracking on many of the local communities and of the chapter houses. There was 3 chapter communities, and they really saw, and let me tell you, that really hit them hard. You could see the impact being made on their minds and the questions that were coming out. And so they took a very, I think, strong stance against fracking.
So they also talked about strengthening environmental justice requirements of the NEPA laws, expanding cumulative impacts to include incorporation of nuclear waste. Cumulative impact, I believe, there was a definition passed around regarding cumulative impacts. And again, when you're thinking of the burden of proof and how we wear it, which was told by the different stories in the groups, is as soon as you walk out of your home in the morning, think about what is greeting you. What are you walking into? What kind of environment? Is it toxic? How's it affecting your children? So how is that adding to that burden that you're carrying around that will be reflected and manifested in your health and in your family's health? Also divesting from education, and also looking at industries and how they invest in the net. So divesting educational entities from these industries that pollute, identifying Department of Interior priority claims holder for suit. So there was a lot of lived experience that was so rich in this particular group that met. And then an evaluation of the environmental determinants of health, and making links to the Department of Health is one of them. What else do we have here? But more than anything, let's see, bringing ideas to the community, letting them evaluate the impact, also important to what was considered in terms of also an educational strategy is to educate community health workers, promotoras, in conducting and carrying out research in partnership. And we use the term the community-based participatory research, where it is participatory. There is no hierarchy in terms of how we reach out and work with communities. An example of that is because you speak a language and you're translating, one of the promotores said, they're not building our skill. I already know how to speak my language. That's not part of research. Where you're being used as a resource, teach us skills. Teach us how to monitor the water, test the water, do all these tests. So they came out with some very specific examples from the different cases. And also looking at meetings, public meetings, and looking at notice requirements within the community about what's coming down, being able to understand the permitting process. So there's a lot of education that's going to come around in terms of our communities, and also in a sense developing multi-level regulations that protect our communities, but truly protect versus just what we call memorandums. Memorandums are there, but they don't do anything to really enact and enforce. So again, I would like to thank our group and all of the recommendations that were made.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Dear to my heart, environmental justice. Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to Dr. Lisa. This has been a great session. Let's give everyone a hand.
Thank you. Our team, while Dr. Padawan is coming up and we're getting ready, we're going to take a very short break just to refresh yourself. There's sodas, there's coffee outside that our Health Sciences Center team will provide. Come right back at
what time?
3:05.
3:05.
Thank you, that's good, we could do this.
Ooh, I want to get it.
Huh?
international experience in Nicaragua. She's a physician. She works with the family and community medicine. Many of us have seen her on the telly. She's completely bilingual, Spanish speaking. She's been the face of vaccine equity. I do know and followed your work where you were working with healthcare for the homeless, right? Yes. Laura is a fierce champion and applies her talents and her training to benefit all. And I just put up there on the slide that all her equity experience, I'm gonna leave that up there when she speaks. Oh no, we're gonna bring up her PowerPoint. But you can see clearly amongst us here, there's so many leaders. So we thank you. Laura's gonna lead us into so how do we rally around all these strategies? How do we rally around equity as a state, working with tribes and diverse communities, rural community, frontier, border, and she's got a case example and brings to the table the Department of Health leads. So I'm gonna pull this up for you, so you can feel like you're ready for your. Thanks so much. I'm glad to be like at the very end because it's like I'm sure we're all sleepy, so probably don't have to listen to everything I say. But I'm just super grateful and honored to be here, and also to have the opportunity to participate in the Health Equity Summit. David Scrace, our secretary, sends his best. Said he wanted to be here today but couldn't because of other commitments. And thank you so much, Lisa and Dr. Zadonis and all your whole team that put this amazing, summit together. It's been amazing. And I'm here today with our whole DOH leadership team and also data equity team and also our regional managers throughout the whole our health promotion people and just DOH in general. So just wanted to say hello to them and if they could wave. They traveled from all throughout the different parts of the state. So, and I just really grateful to all of them. And just like all of you have been working super tirelessly during the pandemic. And we have new things like monkeypox and West Nile virus and reproductive health care to take care of. It's not a glamorous job, but it's an important job. And just like all the jobs that you guys do here, I don't know, you guys have been amazing during this whole event and also during the pandemic. So can we get a hand of applause for all of you guys? Amazing. Okay, great. So I'm a Lobo, just so you know. Yay. Med school. Woo! How do you do? Oh! Okay. And just so grateful to be a Lobo and went to med school here, public health, and also my family medicine residency. My pronouns are she, her, and actually my name Laura is actually not the real name that my parents gave me. We're an immigrant family and from Taiwan, and so my dad was like, yeah, I already picked out like a really cool name for her. It was like Jalene, and it means music of jade, which is like my dad loves music. And so they said, no, you have to call her an American name because no, she won't fit in unless you find an American name. So thank God, like the tag on the nurses thing said Laura because that's what he named my English name. So Laura, pretty common name, fit in really well. So anyways, and the reason why I'm here, part of the reason is because my dad was an immigrant and came here for a better life, and there was a quota against Asians to come into the United States, but if you were a skilled worker, like my dad was a doctor, they let him in. So that's actually why I got to come here. And I was an awesome Asian daughter. I totally listened to everything my dad said and my mom. They're like, make dumplings. I'm like, on it, you know? They're like, take care of your little brother and sister. I'm like, yes, I'm there, you know? And study hard and be respectful to your elders. I was there too. And, but then my dad said one thing that I just couldn't follow. And he was like, hey, there's so much racism in the United States that you need to just keep your head down and stay invisible because you're Asian. Be a doctor because you're Asian, because nobody, you know, you can get a regular job, no one will question you. But he didn't realize, like, we actually, me and my brother and sister took the 1 mile route home and not the quarter-mile route home, because on our way home, people would make fun of us, they would throw rocks at us, they would say, go back to your country, and we're like, or, you know, and I was like, well, this is our country. And so, you know, he didn't know that happened to us when we were little, and that's why we couldn't stay invisible, and that's why we couldn't stop speaking out against, you know, other people being disproportionately affected. And that's why, to me, health equity is so important, and this summit is so important, because we need to hear the voices of everybody from every corner in New Mexico and from all the different places where we come from. And so I think this meeting where we're all hearing the voices of everybody is so important, because we don't always hear everyone's voices. And in order for us to have a healthier New Mexico, we have to hear those voices. So I'm just really grateful to be here. The pandemic, as we all know, was really rough. Here I have some data of how you can see that our communities of color were disproportionately affected by COVID, but other things as well. But in the case of COVID, American Indian, Hispanic, Latino populations, and Black populations have had the highest rates of COVID. Our New Mexican, in our New Mexican population, American Indian populations were 5 times more likely to die. Hispanic and Latino and Black populations were 2 times more likely to die from COVID. So how many families, how many, you know, brothers and sisters and moms and dads were lost because of disproportionate, inequitable, you know, inequities in our state, you know? And so I think to have a space where we all start talking and we're in the same room is super important. The other thing that we found during the pandemic, as many of you know, we all worked so hard, right? Everybody here worked so hard during the pandemic to make sure testing got to people, vaccinations, therapeutics, you know, marketing, the hospitals. Everybody here took a part in this unprecedented collaboration. And I don't know if you knew this, and if New Mexico should be super proud of just, you know, we usually last in many of our rankings, but at one point in time, because of all of you, because, you know, I see all of you and I know so many of you are all part of this, we were #1 for vaccinations in the whole entire country. It was like in the New York Times, yeah. You know? And that's because of everyone here and so many more people who all decided to rally around this cause. And so I think if we could do it around COVID, we can do it around behavioral health, around transportation, around CHI. We have this opportunity now to do this together, right? Yeah. And so if you look at the social vulnerability index, that's a collection of numbers that you put together about who is the most socially vulnerable in New Mexico based on counties. If you look at this chart, it doesn't matter if you're in McKinley County or San Miguel or Bernalillo or Sandoval, most everybody was vaccinated at the same level, at least their primary doses. So that means that was this collective effort that we all did together. And I think as New Mexicans, we should be really proud of that collective work. But if you look at the fact there are disparities in race and ethnicity that still persist, despite like our social vulnerability index being similar. Still, if you look at this graph, Black and Hispanic, Latino populations are still less vaccinated than our American Indian population, our Asian American, and our white population. So there's still more work to do in racial and ethnic, you know, equity.
One thing though, I saw my friend Norman, we knew each other in medical school. That's like awesome. But I just like want to shout out to the whole, like the American Indian population, our leadership in our indigenous tribes, pueblos, and nations really showed us the way of like how to address inequity. Here you see hospital admissions, and we know the disproportionate impact COVID has had on American Indian populations, but you can see here in Black, they had the highest hospital admissions. Now they have amongst the lowest. If you look at the vaccination rates, they have the highest vaccination rates out of everybody in the population. So I just think amazing work. We have so many examples. We have the knowledge and the power in New Mexico to do things better. So I just wanted to shout that out. One of the things that I thought in this meeting that was really great was that recognizing the importance of systems and policies. I don't know if you heard this one that says your systems are perfectly designed to get the results that you're getting. We got so much money for COVID from the CDC, from philanthropy, from state, from city. So yes, of course we were able to do it. You know, New Mexicans are smart, New Mexicans are resilient and resourceful. We were able to do this work, but we don't get that same kind of money for behavioral health. We don't get that same kind of money for language access and all the things we're talking about here. So I do think we will get the results we want to get when we all work together and put our resources and our minds and our creativity all together on like common things. So, so I think from, you know, speaking as part of the Department of Health, but also as a New Mexican, right? We need to increase investment to address health equity because we saw what we could do when we had tons of money and resources and will to do something together. You know, equity efforts have been historically underfunded. That has resulted in continuing inequities. And so if we want direct impact for improved health and well-being for New Mexicans, then we should definitely increase our investment. One of the things that was super, super cool was in the midst of the pandemic, the CDC updated their map of the 10 essential public health services, not just for governmental health, but for all of us working in health. And if you can read this, let me just get a little close here to read it. It says, to protect and promote the health of all people in all communities, the 10 essential public services provides a framework for public health, meaning all of us, you know, not just like Department of Health, to protect and promote health. It says to achieve equity, they put equity in the middle of all of it. So it's a map we can all use. It's a framework that, you know, other people use in other states. But it says, you know, the essential services actively promote policies, systems, and overall community conditions that enable optimal health for all and seek to remove systemic and structural barriers that have resulted in health inequities. Such barriers include poverty, racism, gender discrimination, ableism, and other forms of oppression. Everyone should have a fair and just opportunity to achieve optimal health and well-being. So I think it's cool that, like, you know, a national CDC wheel has equity in the middle, and that also gives us the ability to get some of those federal funds and other funds that say, yeah, we're gonna work with you on equity. We got a ton of money at the Department of Health, and we spread the wealth a bit. We gave it to health councils, we gave it to community health worker initiatives, and really started to invest in our data. We already had our great data team there. Can you guys remember? Health Equity Data Unit, you know, and other data units in our epidemiology division really tried to work on bringing a racial equity lens to all aspects of our data and utilization. We're still working on that. We put money into communications to make sure, like, racially, linguistically, and inclusive communications were there to build trust and address equity. We worked really closely with our community health worker partners to build that trust. And they were the ones who said, please say on all your information, no ID needed, no insurance needed. You can just walk up and get your vaccine. Those are the things we need to keep doing, is listening to our community and seeing how we can work together. We gave money to our, like I said, the health councils to strengthen, support, and mobilize disproportionately impacted communities to develop public health solutions. We still need to do that. But you know what? They only gave us money for COVID. And so we're hoping that together, as a group, we can continue to try to mobilize resources for these kind of things, to do the policy planning, to develop our workforce and our pipeline. And then one of the things we've been looking at too at the Department of Health, here's BC and Justin and all the people, Roberto, who've been working on trying to make sure we have a common language and a common framework so that when we work on equity, we have a clear path forward. So we're improving the health and well-being of people, but we're also improving the health and well-being of places and communities. We're looking downstream at like physical and mental health, also looking at the social and spiritual well-being that we need to advance prevention and social needs. So a lot of you guys are doing that work, but we also need the people to do the upstream work of addressing, community conditions, food, housing, and work, just like everything on these panels here that we can continue using, but also the root causes of like, how are we fostering community power? I saw a lot of that here, you guys have the power to transform things. We need to work together so we can listen better and do things better together, transforming those inequitable policies and systems to equitable ones. So that's kind of how we're looking at equity at the Department of Health, but I think it's applicable to all the work that we're doing here. And just so that you can see the return on investment for doing this kind of work, which I thought was super important and exciting, is that actually the return on investment ranges from like $14 to $88 for every dollar spent on equity work. But if you go, the further upstream you go, and of course you guys all know this, but it's a higher return on investment. So the more we focus on like making sure our systems and our policies are creating those conditions for people to live the best life they can, the more we'll get back from that. So what are the next steps? We don't know, but I think together we know. Everybody here is a part of this, and I don't think Nina Wallerstein is here anymore, but she was. And I know Art Kaufman, some of my teachers, great teachers. One of the things I learned from my teachers at UNM and all the teachers I've had in the community and all of you I know who I've been working with is that there's just a few principles we need to follow for equity next steps. And the first one is show up. Like, we're all here, let's just show up and be who you are. Like, we don't have to be someone we're not. Listen, listen, listen. That's what I experienced in this summit, right? We're just listening to everyone's voices and seeing what we can do. And then believe in social justice. I love this quote from theologian and activist Cornel West, who says, "Love is a steadfast commitment to the well-being of others, and justice is what love looks like in public." So I've seen a lot of love here today. Yay! And so let's keep on doing this work of social action and take action together. So I think that's the next step, is like, how can we take this amazing work that everyone's been doing together today and then make them into actionable steps? So in the next slide we have is just sharing a little bit about what the Department of Health is trying to do and hoping we can use this. That's why we brought our data team, is to actually pull in a lot of this information that you have to actually build the State Health Improvement Plan. That is a document, it's in statute, so we actually should technically be doing it. It's a comprehensive health planning that talks about how to identify state health priorities, engagement of cross-disciplinary leaders as partners, just like we are all here, inclusion of regional, community, and tribal input for strategic planning. And the last set, and maybe it will be the same, maybe it'll be slightly different, the last set from 2020 to 2022 had 3 priorities: access to primary care, obesity and diabetes, and then substance use and mental health. And below substance use and mental health, alcohol-related death, drug overdose death, suicide, neonatal abstinence syndrome, and tobacco. How many of you here, raise your hand, don't be shy, have heard about the State Health Improvement Plan or read it? Oh, so cool, that is amazing. So many of you have. I'm so embarrassed, but I didn't really know it before I got to the Department of Health. I'm gonna be flat out, I'm letting you know that. And that's sad because that is such an important document, I think. It's the document that says these are the 3 top things we should be doing as a state and how can we all contribute to it. So part of what we're trying to do at the Department of Health for this next round of the State Health Improvement Plan is really get all of your feedback and really bring it together so we can do what we did during COVID. And so if you look at this little chart, it's a little busy, but it basically every year the Department of Health, amazing team at Department of Health, puts together yearly health status reports. We want to make that data more easily available to everyone right now. Oh, so Ken Jeter, that's the one you want to talk to. He has been running the IBIS program, which like basically you can go and get data from DOH, but it's a little bit hard to use. So we're going to try to work with others to make it easier to use so every county, every community can get their data. Then everybody does community health assessments. So in your communities, like when you do your health assessments, we would love to help out and see how, our data that we have or any data can be used for your purposes. And then when you form your community health improvement plan, all those things we would love to have as inputs to go into the state health assessment so that the state health assessment isn't just something that we're like making at the Department of Health, but it's coming from your thoughts, your inputs, and it needs all of us, right? The community orgs, the health councils, healthcare systems, state agencies, universities, just everybody from the community, all informing that state health improvement plan so we can actually, work together on plans that are for the community, but it's by all of us. So I think when I say like the state health improvement plan, like when it has those 3 top priorities, those can be part of your plans. And we can all work together, just like in COVID, to say, if it's behavioral health that we need, if it's still substance abuse, well, let's all work together on this. And, we'll have our plan that will contribute. You guys, university health systems will have your plan, but we'll all work together towards the same thing. And then we can have our shared indicators of what success looks like and continuously meet. Like, let's not make this be the last time we meet together, but like, let's come back next year and say, hey, these were the top 3 items for state health improvement plan. What are the concrete ways we've gotten to see where we're trying to get to? Like, where have we gone? So that's kind of my call to action, is to say, yes, we've done it before, we can do it again. And yeah, thanks so much for letting us be a part of this today. And thank you to all the organizers and all of you who contributed and done this amazing work together. So let's go hear it for love and social justice.
Shalia as well to come on up, and thank you, Dr. Parajon. I heard some excellent centering, power, action ideas here that we can rally around. Dr. Parajon talked about New Mexico having unprecedented collaboration. We found that as well when we went to the Affordable Care Act, right? When we expanded Medicaid under the ACA. She also mentioned to increase investment to address health equity, investments. So I think she's also brought to the table to the investment in rolling the money to health councils, to local organizations, community health work initiatives, making sure that access is available, no ID needed to get coverage, or no insurance needed to get vaccinated. Just the upstream work, and then the upstream of the upstream narrative change and community power building. So you've given us a lot of good ideas to rally around, and we're going to do the integrated summary that Nelsie Dominguez has pulled together, where we're aligning, looking at some top policy and systems issues across all the 12 action labs. Thank you for doing this, Nelsie. Give her a hand. That's a lot of work too. Come on. And we're also then going to look at what the top strategies are, take a reflection back, and we're going to talk about, so what next? And I've asked Dr. Doug Ziodonis to come forth and maybe put out some ideas from our only academic teaching institution. So after we do this, Dr. Doug Ziodonis to come up on that. And then we want to hear from all of you, because we still have major organizations, each of you that are still here from around the state. We have the New Mexico Public Health Association, Department of Health, the New Mexico Medical Group. We have Western Sky that's still here. We have Justin Coleman sitting here. Thank you for sitting with us. And we also have other organizations. So Nelsie, why don't you go ahead, and I've asked her to introduce Shelley Madlev, who is a fabulous colleague, former president of the New Mexico Public Health Association, has been working very diligently in policy to give any additional reflections to add to Nelsie's integration.
Well, I wasn't going to be doing this from the podium, but I guess I will. Not a problem. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
How is everybody doing? It's the end of the day. Thank you for sticking with us. It's been exhilarating and exhausting. So I give you a lot of credit for being still with us. A few things about this. So my task was to just quickly, in the little bit of time between the last action lab, to look at some of the commonalities and themes that arose. Now, this is truly a first blush. There's so much context and depth that in the last 2 days, you all have unearthed, truly. Our task from here is to take a much deeper dive. It will take us a little bit of time, a little bit of intention. Maria Chaparro and I will be connected by the hip in order to come up with, and Lisa, of course, right? To really come up with strategies and with a plan. One of the plans that already is in the works, but that actually I heard from one of your colleague participants, and perhaps that some of you have already thought of, is to put together a one-pager, perhaps, and be able to have conversations and presentations around these takeaways, these themes, as the legislative sessions begin. The act of educating and building awareness is allowed. In fact, it's our duty to do. So, some of the things that I saw at first blush will resonate, I hope, with you as well. And I was really contented, I guess is the word, exhausted, might be better, but to hear it as everybody was reporting out. So within your circle of influence, plus some. The plus some means don't stay in your circle of influence. Expand. Take a leap of faith and engage with others that may speak differently, may seem differently, may think differently than you. Innovate. And we heard this said in many ways, through reframing our own thinking. reframing structures, policies, and norms. Question power dynamics that counter self-determination and your own agency. And push past business as usual. Revamp, as you heard, one example, voucher systems. Rethink rules, protocols that limit participation. And one of the things that stuck with me, and I heard it again at one of the action labs, is that I, or we, are the system. Therefore, we are the solution. And we cannot forget that. So, another takeaway was the reality that we have to invest. We have to invest resources that are financial. We also have to invest to build infrastructure, to build up skills in everyone, but mostly in communities that don't have access to that. We need to make connections, right? And it takes time, and we have to give it time. We have to pay attention and listen to and value those that quite often go unheard. But then it's not enough to listen. It's not enough to have all the wonderful work written out if it just stays on the page. And so taking action is where we need to go. I always say, and I put it in here, live your missions, your values, your purpose. If you work for an organization whose mission is to better others, also look within. What within the organization can you do in your circle of influence to better others? We all have that, and we all have that opportunity. And we can, and I think we will, design policy, programs, budgets. If it's not in the budget, guess what? It's not going to go very far. So, demand that organizations, institutions add within their budget the priorities of equity, the priorities that we like to put in our missions. And of course, engage, pay, right? Build capacity for, by, alongside with communities. Tap community wisdom that came up time and time and time again. And that we wanted to. That's the reason for this conference. And youth and elders, they make contributions. It's that shifting of our thinking. And of course, the connection to culture, to languages. The issue of representation. You know, we talked about civic engagement and how critical, time and again, we see that to be. So our elected officials at the local, state, and national, our nonprofit leaders, institutions, health education, plus other industries. There's room for all of us, and we're richer together. Incorporate and normalize truth-telling, truth-learning, and honoring towards healing, reconciliation, foster belonging over fitting in. And of course then, as you all know, we also identified those issues. Again, these are general. In this first blush, they're meant to be general. They're meant to be our commonalities. one of the things that occur time and again, and we all know it and we all go with it, and I'm not quite sure how to break out of it other than to say, let's not continue to do it. And that is we stay within our silos. We stay within our department. And that is one of our challenges. If, and I do hope, that we continue this conversation, that there is a next year and a next year, bring someone else with you. And through that, we can increase our ability to change with one another. Not change others, but with one another. You all can see all of the different the cross-cutting policies and strategies that were the issues. We all spoke about them. Stigma was a big one. Whether it's you're a youth, so you're being discounted, or BIPOC communities, all disabled, or rural, or frontier, I mean, goes on and on. LGBTQ+++, you name it. Stigma. Talk about it. Normalize it so that it doesn't hurt. Access. Gosh. Broadband technology, transportation, housing, lack of providers, resources of all sorts. The list goes on and on and on. We have limited multi and cross languages, cultural traditions, and we need to change them. We've spoken about that. I want us to also remember to always check our blind spots. There are asylum seekers in New Mexico that speak dozens and dozens and dozens of different languages. They are isolated. We need to be inclusive of all of the languages and all of the ways that we can connect with one another. So that inclusivity moves further than just communication, but it also means representation. It means opening up the circle so we get larger and larger. So I already spoke about the silos, inadequate and non-existing infrastructure, touched on that, but specifically for grassroots policymaking was one of the examples you all provided. Invisibility and shifting, again, the models and frames, the curriculums, the baselines, the data. And I really want to commend through the work that we all did, many of us, in addressing COVID. We pushed and pushed and pushed so that we can see data that broke down by race and ethnicity, regardless of how many number of populations we had in the state. That's huge, and it made a difference. And we can do that. And I really want to thank all of you for making that possible. I will stop there. There's so much more to share with you, but it's late and we're tired. So I'll pass the mic to you. Thank you.
Wow. So I'm just going to speak briefly. I'm Shelley Manlev. My pronouns are she, her. And really, thank you so much for the honor of reflecting. I feel like what Nelsie just did was an incredible tapestry, really, of lifting up. I'm much more the concrete person. And I feel like you lifted up the core the core, the essence, right, of this work that touches on the concrete, but really wove together this incredible vision of what we need to do for health equity. I just recently finished 2 years as the president of the New Mexico Public Health Association, truly one of the great honors of my life and the hardest work maybe that I've ever done. And it's, I feel like this summit, which Lisa birthed, and I remember, and prodded, and again, incredible work and effort of so many, because of course, it's not Lisa alone, right? Without our presence, without our participation, without our voices, this summit does not come to be and does not move forward. So I do have, my own mapping of what was a summary of that. I'm not going to actually do that. I'm just going to say that we in New Mexico have an amazing opportunity. The first thing that I heard that was cross-cutting was about listening and learning from, right? All of our voices, our community voices, those who are most impacted, those who've been most harmed, whether it comes to broadband, mental health, behavioral health, language, stories, elders, youth, that all those voices are so, so important. And I have to say, when I moved to New Mexico 30 years ago from California, the thing that most amazed me was that actually my voice could be heard. In a state that has 40 million people, and I don't know what that, for every senator there's, I always felt like nothing I would say could ever matter. And in this state, in this community, with these races, and our citizen legislature, for better and for worse, they need to be compensated. It is an equity issue. We still have access. And we have access, Nelsie's talking about, to grab a friend, you bet, to go with somebody in our community, to go with, I have to say, when our youth show up, they are heard more than anyone is heard. But for each of you to seriously think about, especially in this virtual Zoom realm, how we can bring our voices, the voices I heard at the summit, I was so moved in the action labs. The lived experience that was shared and then moved into policy. Those stories are powerful. It's the work that Tree has been doing, and so many of us have been doing. But truly here in New Mexico, you can be heard. And so as we develop this plan, pull together, create a map, I really just want to encourage each of you to go to one of those interim committees, listen in, call into that public comment. Before the session, if at all possible, you have a state representative and a state senator, and help them know your name, and help them know the names of your people in your community, because it is truly the voices that will inform all that investment and truly our voices that will determine whether we move closer to equity and the vision of love, which Dr. Barhone, that is my favorite quote, which is, justice is love in public. So thank you all, thank you for this summit.
So this is it, and the plan for the plan. I think that we have some volunteers. I heard Dr. Parajon offering her office. I think I heard that, to help pull together all the integrative. We have a beginning. And I want to just, we're going to close with the closing circle that Governor Coyote will lead us in, and that'll be a beautiful way to end. But prior to this, then, Dr. Wanda, we want to thank you. I want to bring Dr. Ziadonis, if you have any closing thoughts, and I want to invite a couple other from key folks on the next steps and the investments. We're talking about investments and accountability. Please come on up.
What a wonderful 2 days this has been. I feel so blessed to be part of it and to be here and listen and learn. So lots of gratitude. Lisa, what a great handoff to get you to lead this. So let's give Lisa a hand. A shout out to Gina, Emily, and Cindy, who are probably working behind the wall on the other side. Let's let them hear it. To all our sponsors, you know, some people like Jonathan in the front here, he and I are now buds, and we're hanging out. We're going to figure out how we can do more work together. I want to thank all the leadership at UNM who were able to come, but really it's all about everybody here. Those labs, action labs, were so amazing. You know, it wasn't easy. There were tears in the room, as well as energy and anger and the full range of all of our human emotions. The digital videos were also pretty powerful last night, and so much community wisdom and bridge building, and I hope we can all continue this process. So I just wanted to comment on a couple things. So this is the first annual, which means we're going to do it again. There's also so much material here to digest. From my own viewpoint, I saw things that are low-hanging fruit that we could do this round, this government relations, some that probably take a little bit longer, and some that take a little bit longer. So I'm going to propose, and I'll get Lisa and the team to see about having something in 6 to 8 weeks. We could do it hybrid. We can have something in Albuquerque, but we'll work it out, and at least everybody who came will be invited to participate at minimum on Zoom. And we'll wait till the team puts some of this together in a way that looks coherent. But we could bring in government relations, we could bring in Senator Hickey, other people to come in and listen, because they care about these topics: behavioral health, health equity, all the topics we talked about. And of course, everybody else is, all of you in your own worlds are also reaching out, and I thought great wisdom that was suggested. I'd also like to continue our health equity dialogues, health equity conversations in the community, and look forward to Lisa and her team all over the state, as we have before this. That led to the topics and what we did here. So I think just keeping all those connections are going to be important. I'm committed to UNM Health and Health Sciences doing even more in this space. It's going to hit all our mission areas: research, teaching, clinical, our community engagement, our workforce, our pipeline, our commitment to public health as well as clinical, because it's that continuum of prevention as well as the clinical services. Sina's amazing. Center for Native American Health. We should have a Center for Hispanic Health or other things. The training and cultural competency in language and traditions. How do we use Project Echo? We have the resources. We just need champions. If you have any topic you're interested in, we can provide Project Echo as a leverage. And another thing in addition to fighting stigma, I'm a psychiatrist, addiction psychiatrist. I feel like I fight stigma every day on those topics. But the patient, the family, or whoever you call family, your network, and the community, that's around healthcare and the health equity and prevention that we need. So again, I want to thank you all for here. I know we're kind of at the end, so we're preaching to the choir, but you all are the group that's going to continue to move this and working together, and I'm looking forward to our next time. So Lisa, back to you.
Okay, Dr. Wanda. So, just pull this up and exit. No. Lordy, here we go. While pulling this up, so this is the time where Daisy's coming to the front, where you have a code here. Is there anybody that doesn't have a device that can't use this? Because we could get you out on the back of the, Yeah, we have hard copy evaluations, so come on up, Daisy. She's gonna be standing outside. She's not gonna let you outside the room until you fill out an evaluation. I'm just kidding. And we also have the code. We really want feedback. If this is gonna happen again, if we're gonna take next steps for action, your feedback is critical. You're our best assessors, critics. So please take the hard, Daisy will stand out with the hard evaluation. We also have iPads, so that you can take the evaluation before you leave. If you don't have good internet access at home, please take the evaluation before you leave. Also, last call for the Equity Manifesto. Daisy summarized it earlier. We're still collecting your statements, put them on the board. We're gonna be presenting on this Zoom, gathering follow-up, an Equity Manifesto that's come together, so thank you so much. And I really wanna just thank our Popo. You can stand up, Popo. Come on, let's give it a hand out. Come on over here. Now, there's a lot of people on the team, but we've started with water and a water blessing. And to keep that flowing, that energy, that divine, we can't do it without being tapped in and having wise elders like you who don't look like elders, that are fabulous. Yes, and I want to thank you, and I want to thank you from all of our hearts for being that beautiful energy and uplifting spirit, Dr. Wanda. Thank you
so much fun. I love it. Thank you.
And then I had a slide here, but we're ready to move to the circle. So if we can all get in a circle, I think we're a smaller circle than when we started. And while we do that, Popo, if you can get everyone in the circle. Here you go. And hand the mic to Norman here.
Okay, where's Norman?
Dr. Okay. right here, and I'm going to get his slide up.
Okay. Can I do the gong just once? Just once more. You wanted to do the gong. Did you want to hit it once? You can. Okay. You sure? No, you got it. Oh, I got this. Okay. Last night. Woo! Okay.
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 So if you can hand the mic to, I want to honor a good colleague. We're very, like I mentioned last night, blessed to have Norman J. Coyate in our Health Sciences Center. He was the former governor of Zuni, Pueblo. He dedicates his life path to his people as well as American Indians. He's with the Center with Native American Health currently here. And he has managed many projects, but I really want to highlight that when Norman speaks, the heart heals. And a lot of people don't have that gift. So I couldn't think of a better closing circle. And the final word led by Norman.
Thank you, Lisa. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
You can probably hear me without the microphone, right?
The mic's better.
Yeah, that's what they say in Western perspective. Well, I looked at my clock, which you guys all like to run through, and it tells me I have an hour before I get off work, so I, prepared my speech. No, let me properly do this. And I do apologize to all the traditional people and all the knowledge keepers from the different communities, indigenous people that they represent. I'm not here to do what they're vested to do, is know the knowledge in terms of the circle, because the circle has its purpose and a time and a place for that. My purpose here is just to share some knowledge about what a circle is to indigenous people. And so let me begin. Keshe konton sumna kenawa. Hello, are you coming to the end of the day or the evening? I have my sister here, and there's a purpose for having my sister here, and we're not related by blood. We're related by clan. And so when I introduce myself as Tonakwe, I'm of the Turkey clan, she also is of the Turkey clan. And then so we acknowledge. I'm also a child of the Dogwood McCall clan. My sister has a different clan from the father's side. So we start establishing relationships even before we get in dialogue through our traditional languages. And the importance for me to ask my sister to stand here is to tell the men that although in most institutions and in most companies, in most endeavors, it's the men who dominate, who make the critical decisions, determinations of how the followers will do. It's generally the females who end up doing a lot of the work. And I'm sure if you're a department executive, if you're a president, if you're a chairman, or you're department head, who's the one behind the wall doing all of the work that you dictate? As Dr. Ziodonis said, he thanked Gina and Emily for it. They're the other part that we should never forget. The other part we should never forget is, as we're talking about circles, life begins, and this is where I thank Dr. Padahan for reminding me of medical school, looking through a microscope at two gametes coming together to create a zygote. What is zygote? It's the first instance of life when two beings come together, right? And what is the form that they have? It's a circle. So each and every one of us start as a circle. So we can never get rid of the idea that we all live in cycles, that we all live in circles. And every part of us in the indigenous ways has been reinforced by observation by our ancestors, to look in the environments that they lived in, to sort of pattern their lives in how they saw the rest of the beings living. Whether they're the two-legged like us, the 4, the 6, 8, for those that fly above, for those that swim in the ocean waters, or the ones that crawl on the land, and even those that are above that we can't see. You know, the pandemic is one of the things that we just got inundated with, but it's also a living being too. And if we look under the microscope, it's also circular, right? So for us, there's a lot of symbology in the way that we carry our life's journey. If you look at this circle, although we come with titles, we come with different standing in the positions that we work at, maybe in the communities we come from. When we come into a circle like this, we are all equal. No matter the height that we are, or whether we're small or short, we're all equal. And in this circle, what we do is we allow our true feelings to be part of the circle. And when we do that, it is, in a way, asking for respect. It's also trust that what we say will not be taken in a manner that imparts hurt to those who are listening, or taken in a way that it's disregarded because it doesn't fit into the way that some person maybe sees the world, but that we listen openly, and that we, as we did in the meditation, we calm ourselves down, we balance ourselves, because the circle allows us to speak freely. And in our indigenous ways of life, our ceremonies occur in circles. There's no beginning, there's no end, but each is given equal time to express their feelings, to express their opinions, to express maybe their discomfort in what is being said, but that's not taken as being dismissive. It's to add a different dimension to the potential solutions that might come out. The other part about the circle is if you divide it equally, there's 4 quadrants. And in our way of life, the east is the one that gives us peace and light. As we move south, you know, that's the part that the cat lovers like, the warmth. As we move west, it gives us rain, which is part of what we started this gathering with. And then as we move north, that gives us the cold and the mighty winds that come down, and that gives us strength and endurance. But if you take that one step further, we are now into the cycles of the seasons. So we've started with spring, we've just completed summer, and here a day ago we started going into fall, and then we'll move into winter in a couple months here. So the cycle of the seasons also is part of how we live our life, because our ceremonial calendar is built on the phases of the moon, and that's reinforced by what we acknowledge as our creator, the sun rising from the east, going to the west to rest, but not being rested. It lives the night in a different world and then comes back up again. And the brother moon does the same thing, but in a different time cycle in itself. But as we extend that to who we are as human beings, we acknowledge East to be the beginning of life, where life is created, and as that infant grows emotionally, it goes to the south, where they become children and they acquire their physical strength through the interactions of their family, their relatives, their community, to eventually become adults, where they become intellectual individuals based on the journey that they just finished, to become teachers, to become mentors, to become guidance counselors, to be the fathers sometimes for those that don't have fathers, and then to work their way until they become elders, where the elders become the spiritual leaders. They become the knowledge keepers, cultural, traditional, ecological knowledge. Then they come back to, if you're lucky enough, some of you might not have been, to have taken care of your parents, you see that regression back to infancy. So that's the complete cycle that we all do. But for us as indigenous people, death is not the end. it's only a change in form from our physical to the next journey in life where we do the same cycle in a different world. But we never lose connection to this world. Because in our prayers in Pueblo, we acknowledge the four directions, north, west, south, east, in that fashion, but we also include the zenith, and we also include the nadir. But we should not forget the one other point, and that's the middle of this circle. That is the foundation that we all have within our lineage, because we all have roots somewhere, whether we have done our research or not. Our ancestors began somewhere, and that's where our roots are. Never forget where you come from. And so this circle that we have created, in a way, is for individuals to actually find comfort, to grow, to develop, and to transition into the next part of their life circle. In a group setting where each one of us becomes the supportive element to that person, whether it's my sister in her journey right now as the head councilwoman for our tribal council, and I know she's vying for that position again. If she is successful, my support for her as she grows another 4 years in the leadership position. If she's unsuccessful, my support is still there for her, what choice she chooses to now venture towards. And then to this young gentleman who I'm just meeting now, to support him as he determines where I must and should support his choices. And across, as the light is shining on me, the gentleman that's burning it brightly, to say, you know, in his hour of need, he came to the table and to say, give me some sort of recap of what you thought about the health summit. I support him in that manner. But to each one of you, we have all created connections. We've all created relations. Just met Dr. Padajon all over again. Renewal. But once we step outside, let's not forget that we are all connected. And in the indigenous way, we all say, as we took that cleansing breath in and breath out, we are all breathing the same air. We are all related. I know we started with water, and I know Dr. Kakari Stone talked a little bit about, you know, the importance of corn. The only thing I can offer is just my little corn pouch. So in my language, I just like to offer a little closing statement to you in my language. With each prayer, we give cornmeal to our Mother Earth as a statement and a testament to say that we're still acknowledging their existence as we pray to the Creator, whomever all of you give the name to. Malukya yato now yato kitachiwa temdo yam tesashna kunyela na kwatokena tumte anna ontesya kata chillapa ontesya kata chillapa kwatem to yam tesashna kun isu kya tokna lukya this ho now ho Quas jam haitosta nashna kuna. Usun honakke ihapo keteana hon iona elatina keteana ma hon iketsana hon iunapa. Jam quas hon nawan haitosta nashna kuna. Usuna hon quat hon elatina ke hon pishi. But lesnap te ta usunakke hon tom techuninam tu. Yamaho awa ikwani kene keteni. Yamon quas ansamona temps ayu yana kona. Usunakke tonton wopuna pawina hon iyashuna. Iston yam quas tina aya kene konakke hon elekina kona. Usuna maakke hon iketsana awan. Ma lukke yaton lukke hon iwopsihtan ton yam kakwena kon awa tun te akwen yam ton atashna yam iyanikina ton awana ke awan tun tekwin ton ketsen nishi awa tu temta hon ko tewap te hon iyunawa usna ton itsa moknin kunan ton ketsen nishi awan tu. Just an interpretation of what I said. I said as I lay the cornmeal down on our Mother Earth, and as I acknowledge that our Sun Father is still on his journey to his resting place, and before the night fathers and the night mothers come from their resting place to take their place, the planners for this event brought us here for a purpose. And we have all come together to cross paths with the understanding that we all came with our own experiences, with our own knowledge, to create all these documents that are on the wall. And as such, we are trying to address all the different social ills within our communities for our people. But let's not forget that as we walk out, that the work still continues. And then as you go home to your family, to your relatives, your community, I hope you do it in a way that you have at least learned, and that you come back when we're summoned again, so that we can meet again and we will continue the task. And I bid you well in happiness as you move forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Have a safe trip home.
Thank you so much.
Your name is?
Oh, Justin Coleman.
Justin Coleman.
Yeah, I'm out of St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, really?
Yeah.